اخر 10 دقائق 12 الى 12 10 ولا 12
خلنا شوي نتناقش في الموضوع هذا معه.
اذا ما في احد هنا كيف اقدم؟ ما في احد. لا تحس ايش رايك؟
لا، خلها تقديم افضل احلى. ها طيب.
تست مايك.
ها اوكي. وينها وائل؟ يلا يلا يلا.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed attendees, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are here to welcome Yasser Al Isa, the General Manager of the Digital Transformation Department at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, to the Internet Governance Forum. We invite him to lead workshop leverage the NAMA platform and AI. His expertise and insight will be invaluable, and we look forward to an engaged session that fosters collaboration and speakers' innovative solution for the future.
Thank you, Engineer Abdullah. As Abdullah mentioned, our workshop leveraging the NAMA platform and AI to promote sustainability. So, our agenda will be before NAMA, after NAMA, NAMA statistics, innovation and creativity and SDG in NAMA, local and national digital indicators, local and global awards. So, the situation before NAMA was each service has different link and user experience. That's mean in technical wise, each platform has own register, own database, own services. This will be difficult from user experience side for beneficiary. Then came the need to provide unified access interface and unified access to all electronic services and apply the best international standards and practice in government. Unified place to review data and make available to analyze various type of data related to electronic service in real time and accurate manner. What's mean that when you have unified database and unified platform, that's mean easy to apply the AI in your platform. So invest in smart and emerging technology, developing talent, organize operation in addition to support change management to improve the experience of beneficiary outside and within the ministry. So after NAMA, the MIWA Unified e-Service Platform, what we do? Integrate services. NAMA offers centralized platform for various services, make it easy for user to access information and complete transaction. User-friendly interface. Actually, we have projects related to user-friendly interface. We have UX Lab. Actually, we bring the beneficiary to the ministry and make some detect experience on them and apply some AI tools to see the best user experience for users. So the AI-powered solution, NAMA AI, utilizes artificial intelligence to enhance services delivery, providing personalized recommendation and support. So if you see that before, we make it the centralized database. That's mean easy to apply AI and accurate, of course, with accurate data. And the real-time access user can access up-to-date information on services, regulation, and procedure, improve decision maker. Mobile access, that's mean responsive design will be easy to the users to use the services and access the service on the go. Secure transaction, of course, the important things to protect user data to ensure safe transaction. NAMA beneficiary, we have 1,500,000 plus in registered in NAMA, and NAMA e-service more than 300 services. The each category: public services, agriculture services, import and export services, water source license, financial support services, licensing services, and animal services. So, what is NAMA in innovation? NAMA innovation and creativity. When you see the from water sector, we have projects in water management. AI-driven solution can optimize water source management, monitor consumption patterns, and predict future water needs, leading to more sustainable usage. Again, you have the Ministry of MIWA, Environment, Water, and Agriculture. When they see the agriculture sector, we support offer tool to precision agriculture, include crop monitoring, pest detection, and yield forecasting, which can help the farmers make the data-driven decision. Again, environment sector, we have monitoring to the platform can analyze environmental data to track change, assess risk, and inform policies aimed to sustainability and conservation. In NAMA side, integrate systems. The platform can integrate various data sources, providing holistic view of operation across sectors, which facilitate better coordination and resource allocation. User friendly, that means user experience. NAMA AI prioritize user experience with intuitive design and easy navigation, ensure the users can access services and information with minimal effort. Personalization, AI algorithm can tailor services to individual user needs, enhancing satisfaction and engagement. Data-driven insight, the platform offers robust analytic capability, enabling organization to extract value insight from data, identify trends, and make informed decision. ورا ما يمشي ده. إيه. طيب بسم الله. Okay, so our significant projects: drones technology used to inventory agriculture lands. The primary goal in this project to conduct accurate field surveys of many arrays of at high speed. The platform data activities are stored in central database to process and generate intelligent reports for decision making by higher authority. Actually, after we use the drones, we use some tools like remote sensing to analyze the data, and they give us the decision maker. So the second project, we already work on it. Artificial intelligence technology used to detect agriculture pests. We have many services on this application. We can use audio, video, and communication, and text message, so that the farmer gets the information completely and accurately. It's the first services. The second services, also intelligent response to farmers' inquiries through conversation with brilliant guide. In addition, the platform for farmer questions with pictures, videos, and text of the ministry on social media. This mechanism helped the farmer not contact the expert and satisfy in the information he obtained through the intelligent platform. The artificial intelligence in this platform played essential role identify the disease, these important things, the identify the disease of coffee trees by taking picture and determine the type of treatment. So we add the new channel, AI channel. AI channel focus on enhance beneficiary experience with the ministry services by providing smart and easy digital communication channels. Actually, we add one more services specifically to special needs to be more user experience for them. Second significant project, Smart National Water Platform. The primary goal for the project, the service is to compute the water requirement of crops across the kingdom, aiding the decision makers in accurately estimating agricultural water needs. It offers user-friendly services for farmers, allowing them to discern the actual water needs of their crops, monitoring consumption, and judge the volume of additional water required. Okay. Livestock chain application. The primary objective of livestock chain application to enable the owner can be create and manage their assist portfolio, registering and tracking ownership, and executes the sales or transfer ownership securely and directly within platform. Actually, we have more than 500,000 transactions just for transfer ownership. Smart immunization. Smart immunization is a third significant project. It's mean the smart immunization is primary goal to predicting and preventing the spread of livestock epidemics across all regions in kingdoms of Saudi Arabia. The innovative platform utilize array of integrated technology and solution, include geospatial mapping, artificial intelligence, smart field management system, and business intelligence for decision maker. And if you applied all these services, of course we can apply AI models to analyze data from livestock project owner. This analysis enable to prediction of potential epidemic outbreak, allowing to proactive measure to be taken when the impending epidemic is identified. The system automatically initiates visit requests that contain comprehensive immunization information, include precise location where the intervention is needed. Okay, NAMA and SDG. SDG means Sustainable Development Goals. They have 17 goals, 8 of them related to the NAMA, ending poverty by providing access to financial resources, social services, and information. The platform can help empower marginalized communities and improve the economic condition, ultimately contributing to poverty reduction. Ending hunger, the platform can support agricultural initiatives, enhance food distribution systems, and promote sustainable practices that ensure food security and nutrition for all. So the goal number 3, ensure healthy lives. NAMA can facilitate healthy services delivery, improve healthy care access, and promote healthy education, contribute to better healthy outcomes and well-being. Water and sanitation, by tracking water consumption and providing data on water management. The platform help, of course, to ensure sustainable water use and access to clean water and sanitation services, as we see before the slide, for water management. Sustainable cities, the platform can aid urban planning and management, making cities safer, more inclusive, and resilient by using data to address urban changes and improve infrastructure. Climate action, we have a project related to climate action with the Sadaya. NAMA can support climate action initiatives by providing data on environmental practices, promoting awareness, and facilitating policy development aimed at mitigating climate change impacts. Life below water, through initiatives, the monitoring marine resources and promote sustainable practice, the platform can help conserve ocean and ensure the sustainable use of the marine environments. Life on land, the platform can assist in managing land's use, combating desertification, and promoting biodiversity through data-driven environment programs and policies. So, local and national digital indicators. All these indicators related to DGA. When you see the United Nations Government Development Index focusing on government to deliver public services, a score of 100 indicates leading opposition in leveraging digital tools for governance. Second indicator, digital experience maturity, focusing on user experience, suggests high level of maturity in delivering digital experience for beneficiary. Emerging technology adoption readiness, how prepared organization or country to adopt new technology, and competent rating indicates solid ability to integrate, utilize emerging technology effectively. So, our achievement in NAMA, we win the WSIS Prize 2022 and 2023 is globally and locally. We win the Best Technical Project Awards in Kingdom of Year 2022 and Best Digital Experience Award for Beneficiary in the Government Sector in 2024. Thank you for listening. Having. والله ما علمتوني لما تمشي.
تست. تمام. شوف. تست.
this one and あ、本当？
あとそのパソコンとコンって使わないです
あ
か？ A39EB
の A3、A3？ あ、これ、VTWX 違うね。
あれ、ここって会社の Wi-Fi ないんでしたっけ？
あるかもしれない。
あると思い
A39B、
あ
これか。これで
6330ですね。
6330
100505。
1005。はい、すいません。よし、じゃあこれで大丈夫だろ
Good luck today.
う。yeah, good morning. So talk to you later. Yeah, I have oh yeah, box of dorayaki. Hi, Miyasa-san, nice to meet you again, and thank you very much for the reception yesterday. And no, yeah, very good time, and thank you very much for joining us.
Yes,
It's
of
really
course.
good.
Thank you for the preparation. It's very clear.
No, thank you very much. So we have to start. Oh yeah, I think あれは皆さんのマイクはどうなるの？
これです。
あ、それ回すの。回すの。Okay, so we will pass around. 最初、あ、そっか、そうね。ちょっと待って、最初。
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
How are you?
yeah, fine. I
You
hope.
fine?
Yeah, I hope. Thank you.
When I grow up, I want to be like you.
No.
I'm growing so fast, I don't know what I'm eating.
Oh yeah, but you should be much
Guess
better.
How old I am?
Right? Yeah.
How old am I, if you can take a guess? Yeah, how old am I? I'm 21.
21.
You say 21. Okay. Wow. You look much more
Much
grown
older.
up.
I know.
No, I wouldn't say older, but much more grown up.
I'm joking, so I'm 41. I'm joking. Can you just fix this, sir?
Okay.
We want you to behave perfectly.
Yeah, okay. I try to be aware my microphone is here.
That's fine. I have a tape for that.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay.
With this, you will be sorted perfectly.
Okay.
Like a James Bond.
Okay.
You are my James Bond today. Okay, how did he do this? No, this
Oh, yeah.
guy did it wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
inside my pocket.
You want it here? You want
Uh,
me to clip it here?
okay, maybe.
Yes, because now the cable doesn't look good.
Oh yeah, okay.
It looks a little bit nasty. You are good to go, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
You know,
Yeah,
you look
perfect.
James Bond. Here we go.
Okay, try to dance.
ギタンジェリーです。
いや、メラニー最初。うん
How many players do we have?
Actually, 3 here and the one online.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we need to check whether she's already there online. I mean, Yuria.
So that's just the camera. It's that camera there.
Okay.
The left side.
Oh, sorry. It's another department of mine. So where you gonna put this in? I see you got them.
One for the speaker.
Yes, one for Q&A.
One for maybe.
Question and answer. You put it there, so I will know which one is which. What do you have? One for the speaker, yes.
Which one is cheaper?
Will we be sitting down and talking?
I don't know, ma'am. Truly speaking.
Should we sit down then?
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay, hi. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, please enjoy.
Give you this. Here we go. It's on already. May I check yours? can you use
Sure,
and do me that favor?
Yes, of course. We are. We've done
Sharon
this.
is carrying out
We've done this together quite a bit.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Gitanjali and I will. Yes, you were speaking first, Gitanjali, or?
I think I will first, for the first question, I will invite Melanie first, and then Timia and Gitanjali. Yeah. はいはいはい。わかりました。So when we take questions from the floor, the speaker will come up to here.
Okay.
So
Only if it's in another language.
No, I don't know. I was hearing that the whole thing is kind of silent disco us. Like we might need, we'll hear each other just based on sound.
One second, I'm going to go and ask just to be sure. If there's an online participation,
Yeah.
if they hear us.
okay.
So you're going to ask us the questions you sent us.
Oh yes. So I will follow the order, but I have to. I will be watching the clock what time, and maybe I will invite you for the second question to talk about the future digital. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Online questions. Okay.
I know. But it's why are you wearing it now?
Because I think that like
No, wear it only when you get the yeah.
Get the question.
Exactly. Just keep.
well now my hair is the best.
I know.
You want to use that chair as a staging area?
Uh. Okay. So maybe we should start very quickly.
Yes. Sure. We are ready.
Okay. Okay, so I hope my microphone is on. So, good morning, everybody, and probably good morning, good day to online participants. Thank you very much for joining us in this session, which will talk about the internet governance and also the future of IGF. So I have a very wonderful line of speakers joining us. So let me quickly introduce the speakers in person, and also we have one online participant here. So from this side, Ms. Gitanjali Sara, Strategy and Policy Coordinator from International Telecommunications Union. Thank you very much, Gitanjali, to join us. And second, Ms. Temia Suto from International Chamber of Commerce, who is always very active in IGF. So thank you very much for joining us. And the third person is Ms. Melanie Kaplan from the Department of State of U.S. government. And Melanie is also very active in internet governance. And I always call her Melanie, and I don't know her official title, but okay, just forget it, yeah. We are always one of the stakeholders in this field. And last not but the least, of course, we have Miss Yulia Morenet, if I pronounce correctly, founder of the Youth IGF Global. So thank you very much, Yulia, for joining us online. And we miss you, but we definitely expect a very active discussion today. So just quickly to overview what was happening over the last few years. This year was actually the very busy year for us. As all of you are aware, United Nations discussed Global Digital Compact, and the outcome came out on the sideline of UN General Assembly in September. And we believe these outcomes are quite well organized and probably satisfied most of us. But the sentences look good, but the real value will be the follow-up. So we have to discuss how we can follow up these outcomes and how we can bring these outcomes in the document into the reality in the next coming month. So in next year, 2025, we will have the GDC follow-up, of course, but we will have WSIS plus 20 review. And this will discuss how and what IGF will be continued as internet governance instrument under United Nations auspices. So, next year, we will have next IGF in Norway in June, which is quite early compared to regular timing. And we need to be very much hurry up and busy after this IGF completed. But all of you must be very much aware that this IGF in Saudi looks very beautifully organized, and maybe I don't want to keep you too much too long in this session, but I will give you more time to walk around and look around to see people here. But please be a little bit patient to see and what these wonderful speakers will talk about IGF in the future. So the Japanese government has been also very active in this field, and we invited IGF last year to Kyoto, where more than 6,000 people gathered in person, and more than 10,000 people joined online, including in-person participants. So in that sense, Kyoto IGF was very much successful, but of course we have to think about the follow-up and the outcome and materialization of the outcomes from Kyoto into actions too. So let me invite those speakers to my questions. So first question, what are the major achievements of Internet Governance Forum up until now, and also the outstanding challenges in the Internet governance for different stakeholders, including government, businesses, civil society, academia, international organizations, and when we think about the upcoming the discussions and arguments. So first, I will invite Melanie to share your views.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Yoichi. It's a pleasure to see you and to be joined by such distinguished colleagues on the panel. Nice to see everyone here in the room, and hello to stakeholders online. I think I just start out by saying the United States strongly supports IGF as the preeminent global venue, bringing together all stakeholders in a bottom-up process to discuss solutions on internet public policy issues that are rights-respecting, innovative, and empowering. And sort of reflecting on past years in IGF, we've seen it as a great venue for discussions for the latest topics and very flexible to accommodate the evolution of key issues. We think that IGF continues to serve as a model for inclusivity and transparency in international engagements. And the sort of continued growth and breadth of conversations is a testament to the importance of the IGF. You know, one of the challenges that we see that many stakeholders face in internet governance is the ever-growing and expanding international landscape dealing with these issues, and IGF provides an excellent platform on an annual basis to sort of pull all these threads together. And as Yoichi was mentioning in his introduction, we do really see that this is a pivotal time for the IGF, with the GDC's adoption that just happened at the Summit for the Future, and as we're sort of in the outset of the WSIS Plus 20 overall review. And so as we sort of look forward and think about IGF of the future, you know, we very much support efforts to continue strengthening the IGF and increasing participation of stakeholders, particularly from developing countries. We will, of course, in the WSIS Plus 20 review process, advocate very strongly for the continuation of the IGF's mandate.
Thank you very much, Melanie, for very strong comment probably from the government point of view. And so now let me invite Timia to share the same question from probably in particular business perspective.
Thank you very much, Yoichi, and thank you for inviting me here. And it's really great to see each other and start with a great session early on day zero. I hope we will be successful in sharing some light on the IGF and the path forward. Looking a little bit back, because we're talking about the IGF achievements and what we've done thus far, as Melanie said, I think the main achievement of the IGF is being this instrument to foster inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue on internet governance and really bringing all of us together from business, government, civil society, academia, technical community. And it has established, IGF, it has established itself as the premier platform for this open and constructive discussion, not only on the internet and its governance, but also on the array of technologies that enable the internet or are enabled by the internet. So it really points beyond now, 20 years in, from where we started on internet governance. The other major contribution that I see from the IGF, or what business sees from the IGF, is creating this global awareness of digital issues. Whether we're talking about access to digital inclusion or to cybersecurity or emerging technologies, it really being here and having this conversation encourages having a shared understanding and collaboration between all the stakeholders. And to this we can add the outcomes that come from the IGF intersessional work, such as the best practice forums, the dynamic coalitions, the policy networks that have allowed stakeholders to collaborate across the year around specific issues that they are interested in and bring their contributions to this forum, but also elsewhere. So while these outputs are not binding from the IGF, they do provide insights and practical guidance sometimes for both policymakers and business is very happy always to see these outcomes come to life. And then last but not least, about the achievements of the IGF, we shouldn't forget the national and regional network that the IGF managed to build over the past almost 20 years that really brings the global discussions back down into the local practice, but also makes sure that our conversations at a global level are informed by the local realities and the grassroots engagement that these communities can have through these networks. So I think the IGF, you know, we all hear the critics sometimes saying that it's only a talk shop, but looking beyond that veil, I think it has accomplished quite a bit in 20 years. And there is a good report that came out earlier this year, I think, from the UK government, so maybe my colleagues can present it to you later on. But, you know, all this doesn't come on its own. We do have a lot of challenges that we need to address, both as an international community and then the IGF itself. And in the context that we are in today, and Melanie also, you alluded to that, it's an ever-changing world. and right now in digital and other conversations, I think the fundamental challenge, one of it, is bridging the digital divide. We have done a lot over the years, but there is, despite this global progress, the gaps in access, the gaps in in connectivity that get deeper and deeper with the fast evolution of technology. So the gaps in connectivity, when we look at them as data gaps or as gaps in AI, it's actually deepening and widening. And we have to really make sure that we address that. And we can only address that together, both in a multilateral and a multi-stakeholder setting. The other challenge that I see is what some have dubbed the crisis of multilateralism that we are living today. We've seen it with the of the GDC, or we've seen with other negotiations in the United Nations. We really are facing a moment where it's very difficult to reach agreements, where it's very difficult to have trust in global conversations. And I think that impacts a lot the conversations that we have about the IGF, the conversations we have about digital. So I think that the multi-stakeholder approach can actually help us build back that trust. Trust in the multilateral system, but also the trust between the various communities. And I think that is one element of the IGF that we need to bring forward as we look ahead on what we want to do about the GDC implementation, about the WSIS plus 20. We need to tap into this multi-stakeholder energy of the IGF to try and bring back that trust in global cooperation and in the multilateral conversations. So perhaps that's where we should start. And then we can go into a lot of the smaller but important challenges that the IGF itself has, which is small secretariat, an unstable funding, and a number of other operational issues that perhaps the WIS can also help address if we're going forward. So I'll leave it at that and pass it back on.
Okay, thank you very much. Very comprehensive comments, including the various points of achievements and also risks, challenges. You touched upon the risk of splitting out the world into bilateralism or others. From the international organization's perspective, you may have also some views on the same question, but also if you could touch upon the Kyoto conference, because ITU, I believe, was playing a very active role in Kyoto IGF. So
thank you very much, Yuichi-san, and thank you for inviting us and convening us for this important conversation. So the IGF remains crucial due to its multi-stakeholder and inclusive nature. The previous panelists have emphasized on this fact. It's a dialogue on internet governance that brings together the government, civil society, private sector, technical community, all of us together to have to facilitate global collaboration and cooperation on important issues like data privacy, digital inclusion, cybersecurity. And I think one of the impressive aspects of IGF has been the involvement of the youth. I think my previous panelists have covered most of it, but I can emphasize on the fact that IGF has been recognizing the youth both as a future user and innovators of the internet. That's a very important aspect. Dedicated platforms have been created, the youth IGF, the youth tracks, to ensure that their voices are captured and included. Another innovation, of course, is the local chapters, bringing in the regional and local perspectives into global discussions and dialogues, very important. IGF 2023, as you alluded in Kyoto, was a very key milestone to the WSIS plus 20 process. The discussions and deliberations feed into the joint preparatory process that we are currently working on with ITU, UNESCO, UNDESA, the CSTD Secretariat, and we've been having weekly meetings to consolidate the outcomes since IGF 2023 on different perspectives of the WSIS plus 20 process. So like the IGF, the WSIS plus 20 forum high-level event in 2024 also highlighted the fact that there should be a WSIS plus. The Swiss chair's summary also captured these aspects. And as the UN, we have also been contributing very, very frequently to the GDC process. So as the UN, we've been emphasizing on the importance of WSIS, the continuation of WSIS, and that with platforms like WSIS Forum, IGF, remain important multi-stakeholder platforms to bring in perspectives on global digital cooperation. So we stand ready. We have the frameworks, very well-functioning frameworks to complement and implement the GDC. Again, I would also like to conclude saying that in Kyoto, we also had multi-stakeholder dialogues on digital cooperation, very important. Mr. Utsumi was also in our session. He is one of the founders of WSIS, you may say. So it was a very important milestone in driving digital transformation and addressing the digital divide. So thank you so much for organizing such a great event, and we look forward to the IGF here in Saudi, and we look forward to the outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gitanjali. And I recognize you have to leave in the middle of the session, but thank you very much for this very helpful comment. And in your comment, there was a stress, emphasis on the role of youth community. So now we have a representative from youth IGF online, Yulia. So I would like to invite her to make some response to my question. So Yulia, you are our hope.
All right, I see myself. Good morning to all colleagues, and thank you for inviting us to this very important panel indeed this morning. So Jintanjali, I'm very, very happy to see you on that panel as well, and thank you for, in some essence, introducing actually what I was about to say. Of course, I will be speaking right now today from the perspective of the youth communities, right? Of the presence of the young people. So I think the major achievement of the IGF is actually the presence and the recognition itself of the community of the young people and of the future leaders. And actually the existence of the youth track itself in the program of the IGF. Jintanjali, you just said that it's very important to recognize this group, but I do remember how it's all started. When back in 2011, we're sitting at the internal MAG meeting, right, discussing, and when I proposed to do something for the young people. So it's all started actually in 2011 with the very first meeting of the young and teenagers, how we call that, and that stayed actually slowly. And suddenly it boomed in 2016 when we first organized the open forum together with the European Parliament delegation to the IGF. It was a full house, and somehow from that time it started to boom. And I think because also the community, the multi-stakeholder community, started to be ready to recognize the voice of the young people, and of course their presence. And from there, I would say that they started, let's say, the creation and the reinforcement of the generation of the new leaders in IG. And of course, a number of young people found their role, found their passion, but also professionally speaking, but also, of course, personally speaking, I think so. And so if we speak about the future of the IGF, and I think it will be developed later in the discussion, of course, the future of the IGF and the whole process will go now together with the presence of the young people, of the young leaders, of the young communities, and actually it's one of the booming stakeholder groups, and we can't imagine anymore the IGF and the future of the IGF without the presence of the young leaders. Yoichi-san, you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Yulia, for the comment, and thank you very much for your time to join us online. So, apparently, the multi-stakeholder approach and its development or promotion is one of the major achievements from IGF at this point. So let me ask probably the remaining three speakers, how are you engaged now in promoting multi-stakeholder approach? How are you engaging in promoting open, global, interoperable, but secure, safe, secure internet? And what are you doing? And probably, if I may, how you are envision the future of internet at this moment, if you look over the next coming month or 1 or 2 years. So unfortunately, Gitanjali Jali has to go to the next session, but now I would like to first invite Timia to respond to this question.
Very much. I'll try and address the two questions in one. Perhaps we can also save some time. So what about, I'll be shameless and plug in a little bit about the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you who might not know us, ICC is a global business organization. We represent over 45 million businesses of all sectors and all kinds of sizes in more than over 170 countries in the world. What we do is we try to be a hub for input and gathering and understanding what businesses all around the world think about the most pressing issues, policy issues around the internet, try and gather them views, and then try and put those views back out into multilateral, multi-stakeholder international discussions. We really believe firmly that, and we say a lot, that open, global, interoperable and resilient internet is essential for economic growth, innovation and societal progress. So we try to do what we do in the spirit of advancing this credo. And we do believe that the internet must remain a platform for free communication, seamless global trade and inclusive digital participation that enables businesses small and big and people in every region to benefit from the digital economy. So what we do to try and promote this, we work on issues like universal meaningful connectivity, trying to promote a holistic policy framework that looks at expanding connectivity at all its layers, starting from infrastructure, but including also the applications and services that are necessary for people to want to connect to the internet, as well as the skills that are needed there to interact with that content and shape it for themselves. We work a lot on strengthening cybersecurity and digital trust. So we advocate, of course, for a strong cybersecurity framework, looking at cybersecurity as a shared responsibility between governments and businesses. So, of course, we believe that there's a lot that the private sector needs to do to enhance the resilience of the internet, but relying only on the defensive capabilities of the private sector is not enough. We need to work hand in hand with governments to actually try and deter malicious cyber activity that governments can do to protect their populations and businesses, which include creating enforcement frameworks that hold bad actors accountable, that enhance international cooperation, and invest in cyber resilience also at the national level. Then, of course, another very important thing, and we've collaborated with Japan on this quite a bit, is we prioritize promoting cross-border data flows with trust, which we believe are fundamental to the interconnected global operation of the internet, and support the businesses operating on or using the internet. And we try and make sure that it is clearly understood that regulatory fragmentation, like data localization measures, undermine this open nature of the internet, undermine innovation, and raise barriers to business and to consumers to be able to access the services that they need and develop over the internet. So these are the issues that we would like solved for the future of the internet as well. So the internet that we want, that we're looking forward to, is one that is open, secure, inclusive and resilient, one that fosters innovation, economic growth and social development, one that is built on trust, transparency and security, and that has inclusive universal access to services, connectivity, infrastructure and digital skills. And we believe firmly that as an enabler for all of this, we need the multi-stakeholder engagement in internet governance, that the future internet governance must continue to be shaped by the range of perspectives of all the stakeholders, from governments to business to civil society and the tech community, because we need to ensure that policies reflect the realities from the ground and they are diverse enough to accommodate local realities, but also that fosters collaboration, mutual understanding, and with that capacity building to be able to find really this shared solutions to these global problems that cannot be localized to one level, because that creates the problem of fragmenting both our policy frameworks, but also fragmenting the internet itself, which we would wish to avoid for the future. So I think that's our vision and what we do about it, and I'm glad to talk about all of this with you later.
Okay, thank you very much for this again comprehensive comment and on what you are doing now and what you are trying to do in the future. We have done quite a lot, I believe, but we still have a lot to do. But what you mentioned in your comment, the interoperability of regulatory frameworks or governance frameworks, not only in data, but also probably AI and other digital policy. I think it will be a very, very urgent issue, and we will probably dig in a little bit more in the afternoon session, moderated by yourself. So thank you very much for the comment, and now I would like to invite Melanie for the same question.
So looking at sort of what we're doing now on the, to promote an open, global, interoperable, and reliable internet, we really see the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance as indispensable for the internet's success as a global platform for communications, commerce, and innovation. We engage in a variety of fora to support the multi-stakeholder system, and we want to encourage multi-stakeholder input into processes and discussions addressing internet public policy issues. I know the GDC has already come up a lot this morning, but I think if you look back to in the GDC, that was one of the recent things I did to promote the internet. And so, if you look at paragraph 26, the GDC describes the internet as open, global, interoperable, stable, and secure. And then, I like paragraph 27 even better, which has really strong language on the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. It uses the word multi-stakeholder. It lists out all the stakeholders. It talks about the technical community and recognizes them as a separate stakeholder group. So that's something that I think is sort of a recent thing that many of us in this room have worked on together. And then I'd also just point back to another thing that the US government has been very involved in, which was the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, which has, I believe, more than 60 signatories and talks about the internet as an open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and secure. So that's sort of what we've done recently. But then sort of looking ahead to the future, we support a global multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance that's building capacity, providing technical assistance, and fund and support for implementation, inclusive, human-centric, sustainable internet. And we really see that the active and meaningful participation of all stakeholders is essential to inform our discussions on policymaking and to promote transparency, accountability, and to strengthen implementation. And so really we see the multi-stakeholder model as the best way to ensure the internet continues to innovate and help all of us. And so, we welcome, we know there's a lot of active conversations with stakeholders about ways to continue to improve multi-stakeholder processes. I think Net Mundial plus 10 was one of those conversations, just one example of that continued dialogue. And as we've talked about already today, I think there's going to be a lot more dialogue of this as homework, right? The GDC gave us homework, the WSIS review is going on. So all this to say, we think that these topics are going to keep coming up, and we keep coming back to multi-stakeholderism as really the way forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Your comment, paragraph 26, 27, reminded me of the very busy month to negotiate the sentences. We believe, the outcome is okay, but I also am aware that, that some of the people probably on the floor today or others on the online might have been a little bit frustrated about the process, and that would be one of the homeworks for us for the next year. So thank you very much, and now I would like to invite Yulia again for the same question, your vision on what you are doing, and also what you would expect for the future of the internet.
Very quickly, I think the promotion of the internet governance and the young people are one of the greatest groups in promoting, and the fact for the young people to be present, that's already a great promotion itself. Of course, because they are one of the strongest groups together with others. So now, of course, their voice needs to go from the voice itself, probably at this stage, to the pipeline solutions, and also in starting having an impact in the policy development. But in order, of course, to fully, give them the opportunity to promote the process of the digital cooperation and be strongly present at the internet governance area, we really need all work together to reinforce their capacities for the open, sustainable, and reliable internet. So that's why actually we have 4 priorities that we have identified, and we work particularly on these 4 priorities, which is the online safety, fakes online, cybersecurity skills, and digital cooperation. So I would say in order to have this, as I just said, voice being stronger and be present in a more stable way, we really need all together work in developing the reinforcement capacities of the young people in different regions all over the world. Yuichi-san.
Thank you very much, Yulia-san, for the comment. And it is always very important to have active young people engaged in internet governance, and not only internet governance, but also all other digital policy making. So we always welcome your contributions, and we are always hoping to work closely together. So now I would like to invite maybe 1 or 2 questions from the floor or participants online to these wonderful speakers. One of the things you may have been aware is surprising us is we have very wonderful 4 women on the stage. Gitanjali has already left, but we have 4 girls, and we have been talking about the digital divide, but what is that? Maybe from next year we have to talk about the digital gender divide from the different perspective, maybe the other way around. So I would like to, I didn't exclude boys, men from the speakers when I invited for this session, but all volunteers were women. So it's surprising. I would like to now ask boys, hey, what are you doing? But anyway, so now the question is open to girls and boys, whoever. Yeah, please.
Hi, can this works? Yeah, brilliant. Just like to introduce myself, Craig Stanley Adamson. I work at the UK Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. First, like to thank the panelists for all your views, as well as to Yuichi and the Japanese government for chairing and hosting this. I'd like to follow up on the point that Tameya made earlier on about a report that came out of an independent organisation called the DNS Research Federation, based in Oxford. It's basically a really, really good report that talks about the tangible impact that the IGF has had. I'd just like to highlight 2 or 3 of them just now and then share some views and maybe talk about how the IGF can continue to have these tangible outputs and impacts, particularly as we go into WSIS plus 20 implementation, things like that. So one of the first one being that the IGF has been a venue for basically creating the next leadership of global south and developing country leadership. This platform, this forum didn't really exist before then, and now these voices are able to contribute to the WSIS process, which therefore makes it a stronger process and a stronger set of outcomes. In addition as well, the IGF's been really a driver of the growth of IXPs. I think one example in the report, I don't remember the exact numbers, but there were maybe sort of a low number of some of them barely functioning IXPs across Africa. With the help of the IGF, this rose to almost 50, just a few over the space of 10 years or whatever, of fully functioning IXPs across a number of cities, which is a real tangible example we can use, all of which go towards the supporting of WSIS implementation. Then just one more as well, it's also been a really good mediator for some big crucial issues, such as the transition of IANA functions, which was, IGF played a crucial role there. So I guess the question I have to the panel is, what more can we do, or what can we do to support the IGF in these big decisions that it can have a role in, particularly after WSIS plus 20, in implementing that and the likes of the GDC as well. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, who would like to make a comment back? Maybe both.
To start. Thank you so much, Craig. Great question, and again, kudos to the developers of that report. It was quite informative, because we tend to lose sight of what happened 5 years, 10 years ago, but we should remember the IGF's role. To respond, what we should do about the IGF, well, first of all, I think we need to secure renewal of its mandate. That's the, the first step in the WSIS plus 20 review. Secondly, I think we need to make sure that the IGF is recognized in these roles that it's playing, not only for internet governance, but also for the various issues that you've mentioned, from connectivity to other substantive issues that it can contribute to. So it's not anymore just a discussion on internet governance in its purest form. And also, as I mentioned earlier, I think we have a number of institutional challenges that the IGF is bearing through, or is powering through, with an understaffed and underfunded secretariat, with uncertainty of its future. I think we could do a bit better in making sure that is stabilized, and that the support to actually fulfill all these functions and potentials is there on the operational level. So I think that could be something that the WSIS plus 20 could perhaps discuss and see if we can bring the IGF into a more stable foundation within the UN system.
Totally agree with Timea that, first and foremost, we all are going to work really hard to make sure that the IGF mandate is extended in the WSIS plus 20 overall review process. And we have heard stakeholders talk a lot about how do you continue to improve the IGF. I mean, I think we see the IGF as a really good thing, but we always are looking for ways to improve it and to make it more inclusive and more participatory. And I also know that there's a lot of stakeholder discussions out there about the funding issues. So I think that that's another sort of conversation that I'm sure we'll hear more about in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. IGF has been running on the front line of this type of, multi-stakeholder governance in digital policy-making field. And every time I discussed governance mechanism for data flow across borders, or maybe AI governance global, every time the IGF was a kind of a reference point for us, the guiding example for me. So I think the success of this framework is very, very important for the future of whole digital economy and whole digital global society, I believe. So thank you very much for the very good question and the very wonderful comment. So any other question or even the comment from the floor? Or any question online?
If I can add something, Yoshi-san.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's always challenging to be on site online. So that's Julia from the Global Youth IGF movement. I just wanted to say a few things. I think you don't see me, but that's okay. You have the voice. I just wanted to. A lot has been said right now about the stabilizing and securing the multi-stakeholder model and the IGF future. But also, I would like, as coming from the, now coming with the question of young people being present, and as we all agree that they are now part of this model and represent a very important stakeholder group. Of course, I would urge the governments and different stakeholders and public sector stakeholders to have a consistent and stable support and resources that they can bring to these youth communities that actually represented a great voice in promoting the need, the existence, and the development, right, of the model itself. And maybe what we can also do altogether is really to reinforce, because that's needed for the youth communities, is to reinforce the capacities itself in multi-stakeholder model, right?
say the mic has been dropped. Innovatively enhances education and training, healthcare, security, and many other industries and sectors. Today, our focus is on the impact. Are you still hearing me? Okay. The impact is on AI in education, exploring the opportunities and the risk. Looking at the AI readiness of educational systems, its policies, frameworks, and capacity, we will explore how AI in education may affect human rights, the norms and cultures of a society, the quality of life for individuals, both negatively and positively. We want to deliver usable outcomes that are beneficial to all by using a multi-stakeholder approach for the answers to the policy questions. There's no better way to doing this but through our panel of experts. Most importantly, you, our participants. Before I introduce our distinguished panel, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Joan Lee, United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor. It is a great pleasure and honor to join all of you for this youth summit. And, you know, look at my great hair that I feel so exciting to be sitting or to stand in the same room that was all the young people, new faces. Well, colleagues, let me say, your focus on the impact of the artificial intelligence on education is very, very timely, vital, and encouraging. It reflects it has facilitated the individual the very invaluable cross-regional dialogue and learning along this global youth track or the Global Youth Summit. The youth track that sends a very powerful message to the world, namely uniting across the generations is essential. So only together can we meaningfully address these issues, reshaping the foundation for our future. As we come together today to discuss the impact of the AI on education, let us remember that first and foremost, education is one of the fundamental human rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that the AI supports this right, this fundamental right, throughout the world, rather than undermine it. There are a number of the good examples around us. For instance, in Morocco, AI is helping to reduce learning disparities in rural areas. In France, AI is helping virtually impaired students to read the converting digital information into the haptic feedback. And in Brazil, AI-powered natural language processing is improving the literacy. Also in India, AI-driven voice-assisted education tools are fostering language inclusiveness. And in UK, AI is being used to convert the complex document into easy-to-read formats in over 70 languages, which actually enhance the accessibility for learners with diverse needs. Having said that, we have to recognize that there's a digital divide hammers. That actually hammers the potential of the others to build on all those good practices. And one very striving figure, that's a third of the global population, is not connected to the internet, not to mention the AI accessibility. So in this connection, United Nations has been given a strong mandate to right this wrong. The recent adopted Global Digital Compact calls for actions to foster international partnerships that build AI capacity through the education and training to expand access to open AI models, systems, and the training data. So today's summit provides a platform for multi-stakeholders, intergenerational dialogue on AI, especially on AI training, AI education. I believe your summit, your discussion will greatly help identify a path towards an ethical digital future where we leverage AI to help guarantee that every individual has an open access to quality education regardless of their backgrounds. So I look forward to hearing from you more with the very brief ideas and the innovative actions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I know he's been one of the busiest at this conference, and we appreciate the support towards young people in the internet governance space. With this, I think I'll take over from Ms. Carol. I am Ahita Gangavarpu. I'm the coordinator of India Youth IGF and also the co-moderator for on-site participants. But before I begin, I would also like to introduce our online moderators. We have Ms. Ines Hafid from the Tunisia IGF and Arab IGF, as well as Mr. Keith Andre from Kenya IGF and the African Youth IGF. This is to ensure that we have a seamless communication and participation both virtually as well as on-site. All right, with this, we now move on to a very interesting intergenerational panel, and it gives me immense pleasure to introduce you to our panelists for today's session. We have Mr. Andre Verdier, the Ambassador for Digital Affairs, Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, Government of France. We're also joined by Ms. Margaret Nyambura Ndugu, Minister at the Ministry of Information, Communication, Digital Economy, Government of Kenya. We have Ms. Amal El Falah Segrushni, the Minister at the Ministry of Digital Transition and Administration Reform of Morocco. We have Ms. Fio Thiri Win, who is the coordinator of Youth Myanmar IGF. We have Mr. Ahmed Khan, researcher and development engineer, Aramco, Saudi Arabia. We have Mr. Umut Pajaro Velasquez, the coordinator of Youth LAC IGF and Youth IGF Colombia, among other affiliations. We have Mr. Khalid Haddadi, who's the director, public policy, Robolox. With this, now I move on to the very first question, which is directed to our host, Mr. Ahmed Khan. Let us start from the host country. What is your experience on how AI's innovation is impacting education? What are the different countries in the world who are adapting AI in education, and what are the different opportunities that this space brings to all of us?
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, the thought came to my mind whether I should use ChatGPT to help me with this remark. I mean, on the one hand, it would improve my output. On the other hand, it could dilute my thoughts and perspectives that I would share. And I think this is the dilemma we face with AI, right? And I'll get back to this point, but I'd like to touch on some points that answer this topic, and we can expand more in the Q&A as there is interest. So in terms of innovations in AI, there are generally two categories of AI developments in education. The first one is educator-focused or instructor-focused technologies, and these are called the instructionist approaches, which are focused on supporting the automating grading in procedure data and feedback on students, for example. And the other approach is called the constructionist approach, and the focuses on how students and learners can use technology to construct knowledge themselves, and that's more of a hands-on approach to education. And both really provide value and should be involved in how we go about integrating AI technologies into education. In terms of concerns, there are concerns with data use by technology companies, there are concerns with decision-making capabilities by AI tools, and by the way, this is a structural limitation inherent in large language models. But my main concern is, and this is looking at the future of what education could be, my main concern is the possibility of a future where society would become an end user of knowledge and not a creator of knowledge, right? And as a youth advocate, I'd like to talk more about this and how we can give a few characteristics of what good education of the future could look like and what it should do. So first, good education should instill a level of deep thinking and curiosity for knowledge. And there are some tools, new tools now, where you have large language models. They use the Socratic method with students, where they ask them questions, get them engaged, reach answers on their own, and they're really sharp and critical. Value we can see from that. And the idea here is, the vision here is, generation should be able to use AI to support their thinking and not replace their thinking. Second, good educators should be a source of inspiration and guidance for students, and we should really focus on enabling and supporting this direction. And the idea here is, someone who is inspired will use AI to just get the answer, while someone who's inspired will use AI to develop the answer, and this is faster. And third, good education would foster self-learning and empower lifelong learners who would think collectively and not individually. And on this, I think that's something we have to practice as we teach. And one example that I would think of is developing learning hubs that we can spread around the globe, where students, policymakers, technology development can come together and discuss ideas and them out and see how they get feedback, what worked, what didn't work. And then that helps with the integration and really pushing it forward. And I'll give here an idea, I think that I will close with. The idea of technology adoption curve. If you're familiar with it, you have your normal bell curve with that starts with your pioneers, your Steve Wozniaks, the magicians, technology. And then you have your early adopters, which is about 10-15% of the population. And it turns out this is the section that really drives the maturity and adoption of technology. Those are the people who will stand in line to wait for the new iPhone for hours. Those are the people who will tell you how good it is and what needs to improve. And then you have your average adopter, the majority adopters. Those are the practical people who want to think about, how will I use the technology? How will it help me without really taking much of my time? And then you have the late adopters. Those are who are either not able or not interested in adopting it early on. And in developing these learning hubs, we really want to think about how we can help more people, facilitate for more people to become early adopters and get them involved in the discussion and engaged early on. And then you can have the effects go from a local to a global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your points. And then it sets a lot of context for our upcoming discussions. I now request Mr. Henry Verdier, the Ambassador for Digital Affairs from Government of France. My question to you is, given France, the rich initiatives to address AI, how do you see AI impacting education? And what principles should guide the development and implementation of AI in the educational settings?
Thank you very much. That's a question. That's impossible to answer in 5 minutes, but I will try to share some views. But first, let's recall that when we speak about AI and education, we speak about at least 3 different things. We speak about how to use AI for education. And of course, we can dream of a world with, for example, more personalized education. if a model could tell me you don't understand mathematics because you didn't understand this 2 years ago, and I will fix it, and now you can continue, that's of course a dream. We also have to think about education to AI, so we'll need skills and literacy, and frankly speaking, human with absolutely no AI literacy won't be as free as they could soon. So we need to empower a bit and to prepare. And we need to prepare our children to the world of AI, a very complex world, where if you don't know to do your job with AI, you will lose your job, where we'll constantly live with small companions that will always obey and serve us. But that's not a good way to become a great human being, to never oppose, to be surrounded by a servile model. So that are very different questions. And that's important too, the youth represent a vulnerable group. We have duty to let them become citizen and free human being. They have rights, and we have to pay much more attention than most uses of AI. I say this because, of course, everything we are doing in the field of AI regulation and governance matters for education. And let's start with the general principles. We need human-centered models. You need to respect the UNESCO ethical principles and a strong ethics. You need to avoid bias and to pay attention. In order to make this, we need to conceive, because we don't have it, a way to audit AI model, and in a democratic way. The problem is not just few experts coming to me and saying, no, I did audit the model, it's great. We need the society to be able to have a conversation regarding the models, and for this we need to conceive new strategies. We need to avoid not bias, but just a lazy confirmation of current inequalities. So for example, today, as you know, if I ask to the AI, show me a CEO, it will propose a white, 50 years old man, so like me, because today the average CEO is like this, but it will change, and the AI has to change too, or to prepare. So this is not just for education, but that are very important questions. If you don't fix it, you will have trouble for education. Then maybe you have questions that are more educational. We need to save a spirit of public service. Education is a fundamental right. So of course the market can help us, companies can help us, we have research, but we have to be sure that it will remain a public service. We probably need, let's imagine, if we end with a world with one giant company teaching every children of the world, we are lost, that's finished. So we need a diversity of solution, respecting cultural diversities and the needs of every country. So that's very important. We need to be sure that the principle of equity, equal access, non-discrimination will be preserved. We in France, we think that for this we need a kind of public infrastructure at some level. We cannot just rely on regulation from an oligopoly of few companies. So we have to think about what is the public service of educational AI. So that are some questions. Probably, and I quite finished because the 5 minutes are running fast. Probably the international community will have to conceive a framework for knowledge and education. We cannot let capture. We'll produce a lot of knowledge with AI, with all those data. But can they be the property of the companies that will build this knowledge? You know, we live in a world where we live because there is a public science, because there is a common knowledge, and you can innovate and create value and whatever, because there is also a common knowledge. So what is the common knowledge that we need to share regarding AI? And this, I don't think that we have a strong conversation regarding this question. And I conclude with this, and that's not just because we are at the IGF Youth. We need to engage the youth from the beginning. I think this deeply and frankly, not just because I'm the father of two daughters, 18 and 20, but we will need new solutions. We need strong innovation and brave innovation. We need ideas coming out of the box, and for this we need to engage very early the youth. And for example, to prepare the Paris AI Summit, we did work with IGF France and other organizations, and we did organize some session and workshop on hackathon. We did just ask to young, which kind of education do you dream about? And I was very interested by the answer. So for example, all the ideas were ideas with a personal AI in my pocket that I did teach myself, and I know the model and the model doesn't know me so well. So they didn't, those young that did work with us, they didn't want one big central AI model somewhere in the United States. They wanted their personal companion that they teach themselves. And that was interesting because that was instinctive. They didn't really think about it. But for them, a good future is a future where the AI works for me, in my pocket, with my prompt, and not a future where someone did decide somewhere about my future. So that was very, very interesting for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andre. You mentioned a lot of concerns, rather, that we, as as a community, we need to address, think about, and also deliberate. That brings me to my next question, which is directed to Ms. Margaret. This is on when we talk about cooperation and collaboration. What can policymakers do for AI to support and push education for everyone? And how can global collaboration be fostered to address the challenges and opportunities in the AI field, particularly in education?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of the distinguished guests. It's a great honor to join you in this 2024 IGF, and I'm glad that I'm able to join you online. And I extend my gratitude to the host country, Saudi Arabia, for organizing this, and the UN Secretariat. Going into the question, the intersection of artificial intelligence and education presents both profound opportunities and pressing challenges. As we delve into this discussion, I would like to frame my remarks on the two key areas that you have asked: what policymakers can do to ensure artificial intelligence supports education for all, and how global collaboration can address the challenges and opportunities for artificial intelligence. Policymakers have a critical role in ensuring that artificial intelligence becomes a force multiplier for inclusive and equitable education, as envisioned in the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4. To achieve this, there is a need to focus on accessibility, addressing the digital divide, and safeguard equity, among others. Artificial intelligence-powered tools must be designed with inclusivity at their core, ensuring they cater to learners with diverse needs, including those enabled differently and those in underserved communities. Government should incentivize the development of open-source artificial intelligence tools and platforms that democratize access to quality education content. This can be done or can be achieved through following universal design principles, also using artificial intelligence to create personalized learning experiences that adapt to individuals' needs, such as text-to-speech capabilities for visually impaired learners, or speech recognition tools for those with hearing disabilities. We also must focus on multilingual support through equipping artificial systems with language translation capabilities, especially for local and indigenous languages, to bridge linguistic barriers for learners in underserved communities and across all communities. Again, we are talking of collaborative platforms through promoting the creation of open source educational platforms that pool resources and expertise globally, making high quality content accessible to all learners, regardless of location or socioeconomic support. And finally, we are talking supporting development of localized content that is culturally relevant and context-specific learning materials that resonate with the local communities. Distinguished delegates, the second area I would like to focus on is the issue of digital divide. Artificial intelligence potentials can only be harnessed if all learners have access to the necessary digital infrastructure. Policymakers must prioritize investments in affordable and reliable internet connectivity and digital devices, particularly in rural and marginalized areas. Addressing the digital divide through artificial intelligence in education requires comprehensive strategies that ensure all learners have access to the digital infrastructure and tools necessary to benefit from artificial intelligence-powered solutions. By focusing on infrastructure, affordability, and inclusivity, and combining efforts across stakeholders, AI can be a transformative tool to overcome the digital divide and provide equitable education opportunities for all learners. I must say, we are doing a lot of infrastructure development, looking at affordability, and looking at capacity building as a country. Distinguished delegates, safeguarding equity is important in leveraging AI to back education for all. We must mitigate the risk of bias in AI algorithms that could exacerbate existing inequalities. Policymakers should establish regulatory frameworks that ensure transparency and fairness in the design and deployment of AI in education. To safeguard equity in leveraging AI for education for all, several strategies must be adopted to ensure AI supports inclusivity and does not inadvertently perpetuate or exacerbate existing inequalities. I know we all know across the continent and more in Africa that these inequalities exist. The third area that I would like to focus on is the element of fostering global collaboration. And global collaboration is not merely a choice, but a necessity to harness AI potential in education responsibly. By working together, government, institutions, and the private sector can ensure that AI contributes to inclusive, high-quality education for all. The challenges and opportunities presented by AI in education are inherently global, and so must be our response. Collaborative efforts are essential in shaping an inclusive digital future that includes strengthening international partnership. Governments, education institutions, private sector actors, and the civil society must work together to develop shared standards and best practices for AI in education. Multilateral organizations like the UN can provide platforms for dialogue and cooperation. With these, again, we bring the education institutions because we are talking of our young people, our youth, to ensure that they are fully integrated. Governments, education institutions, private sector, and civil society must come together to develop shared standards and best practices that ensure AI's ethical, equitable, and effective integration into education systems. Sharing knowledge and resources is one key area of fostering global collaborations. And we're saying the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in addressing global challenges, particularly in education, health, and education development, calls for equitable access to AI technologies and expertise. Countries with advanced AI capabilities bear a responsibility to ensure their knowledge, resources, and innovations with those that are still developing the AI ecosystem. Some of the key strategies is promoting digital public goods. We are talking of global research collaborations. We are talking of capacity building and knowledge transfer. Once we do that and ensure that we are exchanging knowledge, and particularly when we are talking about digital public goods, advanced AI nations can support the development and dissemination of open source AI tools, datasets, and platforms as digital public goods, ensuring accessibility for all. Collaborative platforms can facilitate the adoption of these tools in under-resourced regions, fostering inclusion. As we discuss this, empowering youth participation is one of the core issues of this forum to consider. And again, this is a youth forum. And we are saying that empowering youth through global collaboration is critical to shaping an ethical, inclusive, and forward-looking AI ecosystem. By giving young people a seat at the table and fostering their active engagement, we can ensure that AI policies and practices resonate well with the aspirations of the next generation, safeguarding a future where technology serves humanity. And finally, the last but not least area is ethical AI development that is equally critical in fostering global collaboration. By embedding ethical principles into the design and implementation of AI systems, we can build global trust. This includes respecting cultural context and safeguarding data privacy and security, especially for vulnerable populations. Global collaboration is critical to embedding ethical principles in the design, deployment, and use of AI systems. By leveraging shared values and diverse perspectives, the international community can ensure that AI development aligns with the principles of fairness, inclusivity, and respect for human rights, fostering global trust. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much for your points. I think very well captured a policymaker's perspective on the various concerns that we have, as well as such certain ways with respect to collaboration, how these concerns can be addressed. Now I hand it over to Ms. Carol to take it forward.
Thank you very much. We had a lot to digest just now, and it's basically from a lot of us with the gray hair, except honorable hair. So now it's time to hear from the youth, especially based on what we've heard and the desire to really engage the youth and not just as figureheads, but to really get you involved and sitting at the table. Bayo? So here's your question, sorry. You come from Myanmar and are very active in the regional youth initiatives. I see her online all the time. Not everyone has the same opportunities. What policies are necessary to prevent the digital divide from widening due to AI implementations in education?
Thank you for introducing me a bit. I feel like as from the perspectives of the young people from the developing country, we are also trying our best to, catch up every day as the way we can. Because I know that there are also the academy in the private sector which are trying to train the young people, younger generation. I'm Gen Z anyway, but they are trying to educate and train them to be learn more about the AI, to Gen effort, let's say. So that is highlighting that even though there are many things are happening in many developing country, we are still trying our best to catch up the best, not to miss any kinds of the opportunity. But there are also the challenges for like assessing the education, because for example, like developing the infrastructure related to the AI is quite expensive, especially for those in the private sector academy or the school or university. They are quite challenging with the funding and also the investment related to the let's say like the setup the learning hub in the developing country related to the AI. That is one of the challenges that I see. Another challenge would be related to the accessible education. Internet has been challenging for us to access the technology in the developing country. Maybe it is related to the geopolitical related matter. So, you know what? Without internet, I don't think we can learn continuous learning about the AI, and also we can empower the young people to continuous their education. So, if we are talking about the AI in education, the internet is also important for us to get access. So for preventing the digital device, that's a question. So preventing the digital device from the AI, learning from the AI education, I personally feel like at least we need to get access to internet as a fundamental right. Then we can continue shape the policy at, even there is a challenge at the policymaker level, we can shape our society and community at the very ground level, like at school or university. They can change their policy and they can allow their students to use the AI to at least. But the educator are also needed to be open-minded for using the AI. What I experience is that for assessing the AI, let's say, even though the student want to use the AI too, they are some of the educator stay narrow-minded. It is very directly way to say, but I feel like they are very concerned for the cheating on the assignments or something like that. I can feel from their perspective like why they are concerned for cheating the assignments using the AI technology. But from the learner perspective, for example, like me, I'm have a challenge. I'm not a native speaker in English, right? I need the assistant, AI assistant, to revise my idea in the better version. Let's say kind of like this. So I feel like at the school or university level, we can shape the ground policy at the school and university at least to grant access to the student for using the AI too. But one concern might be probably be the assessment system, because many students, maybe student can also cheat on the using the AI technology, right? So maybe we need to change the exam system, maybe assessment system as well. That is the way what we can do, and even from the educator side, I personally feel like it is better to change the exam system or assessment system on the web. This is I'm mentioning about at the ground level what we can shape our society by changing the policy at the school or university, right? But on at the higher level of the policy making for the developing country, and also there are always the big gap between developing countries and the developed country. But the thing is that we can share our resources to each other, because we all are the human being. Like one of the speakers said, like we have to think about the diversity and inclusion, and also we can also share the resources, at least like sharing the information, and also sharing the opportunity to learn about the AI. Let's say Miss this speaker mentioned about the AI summit in the France, right? So maybe we can give the opportunity to the young people to go and learn what is happening in the developed country, by attending the AI summit. Kind of like that. This is also the opportunity, and also empowering them to do something back in their initiative at the local level. For example, like if we invite the educator or learner, both of them need get a chance to attend the summit, like an AI summit. That might be probably very beneficial for them to shake it best, and to be how to be the open-minded using the AI technology. Yeah, that is a way how we can share, and we can share the resources among us, and also at the global level. I feel like the global world leader are very quite important in this stage, in this AI war, because many things are happening, and like we should not leave anyone behind this AI evolution and revolution periods and era. We have to bring everyone as much as we can by shaping our educational policy at the ground level, and also at the higher level of the position. Yeah.
Thank you, Fio. I think what we hear repeating here is that, yes, very good, thank you. We hear repeating here that we need some kind of corporate responsibility in terms of helping countries to develop their AI, because it is an expensive endeavor, and we need them. I totally agree with regards to the change of mindset, especially of the educators, probably of parents as well, so that the youth have a say and just don't look at AI as a negative, but to embrace the positive part. And for us to embrace the positive part, yes, we do need that mindset change. So we're going to now hear from Umut online. Can you hear us? Umut? You could hear? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so whilst we sort out the technology, let's move on to our next question. Minister Amal, this is a big one for you. After hearing all of what's being said, of these important views, both from the youth and from others of the older generation, What preoccupies your attention as a decision maker on AI implications for education? It's a big one.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a huge question, but I will start with the dream. My dream is to keep young people as far as possible from computers. Because I think they spend already a lot of time connected and very close from machines. And I think that AI should be used when it has a real added value. And we have to discuss what does it mean added value. For example, if you use AI to simulate classroom, this is something you cannot do alone as teacher. So you need a tool to simulate this classroom, to simulate interaction with students, etc. And in this situation, AI can provide some benefits. And I would like to say something just to set up the scene. For me, in 18, there was already education-based AI. We call this enseignement assisté par ordinateur, assisted with computer. Education assisted, and it started many, many years ago, like 40 years ago. And there was a lot of advances in mathematics, in science, etc. So, and then we scale up from this basic AI-assisted teaching to serious game, for example. And gaming becomes something very important in many, many situations, not only at school, but also in companies, etc. Because it put the person in situation of learning. And then we started thinking about more personalized experience with AI. And we got this generative AI very recently in 2000, maybe ChatGPT 2022, but generative AI started like 5 years before. And this Gen AI can has like very interesting features, and I will go back to this, but also some bad features, like for example, plagiarism is something we met. All education system is disturbed by this. ChatGPT, you started by saying maybe ChatGPT can give me the answer. So let's focus on the positive aspects. For example, the voice. Using the voice in generative AI is very useful for education. And we started developing a lot of apps, for example, for translation from one language to another one, and using some an approach based from speech to text or from text to speech. And this is very useful, in particular in the global south, because you have to face literacy, and you have to face multi-lingualism. If you go to Africa, for example, in one country you have to deal with like 15 or 20 languages, different languages. And generative AI help us to shift from one language very smoothly to another one. And this is, I think, the real added value in education of generative AI. Now, just when I listen to you, I think there is a very huge problem. Again, if we focus on Global South, it's about connectivity. It's something very difficult to have everywhere. The infrastructure is also a huge problem if you deal with large language models. So we have to find some new approaches. For example, in France, there is a very nice group working on frugal AI and trustworthy AI, so in the sense that we need to certify that what the output of AI are very
accurate, and also they don't need a huge amount of data and not a very big or very large models. And also the access to platforms. If you put the apps on platforms, people should be able to access. So I think maybe the thing that is crucial is about ethical aspects of AI and education. And here I can notice, like, for example, to summarize just, equity and accessibility to this education. We have already some dividend on numerical stuff. We should not exceed more. I mean, if you have people that have access to learning with very sophisticated tools, while others don't have access, you have this problem of accessibility and equity. Transparency. There is also a need to maintain clarity about how AI systems function and make decisions. We have been now we moved from automatization of systems to autonomy of systems with AI. And this autonomy allows some systems, educational system, to, for example, to make decision about orientation, to make decision about access to the university, etc. And this is related also to accountability. We need to explain why this person will get this kind of access or not. Another topic very important is data privacy and cognitive rights in education, because you know data is something very important to protect, and in particular if you deal with cognitive data, it's much more important. So there is the possibility to trace all the cognitive data and to manipulate to apply some nudging on this cognitive data to go ahead with a lot of manipulations at large scale. Okay? And finally, I would like to mention all the problems relative to AI, like bias in data, you know, this book of Invisible Woman. There are a lot of problems related to the use of data, and when we rely on data and bias algorithm also. So just to summarize, there is the problem of data, there is the problem of infrastructure, and also there is the problem of design. How to make AI trustworthy, in particular in the case of education.
Thank you very much. You know, we hear a lot of different terms of ethical AI, but I think I like trustworthy AI. So we'll have to use that a little bit more as well. Is Umut on? Okay, Umut, so here's your question and welcome. Okay, hold on. Yes. What are the youth in Latin America and the Caribbean thinking when it comes to who should be held accountable for decisions made by AI systems in educational environments? Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good day or good evening, wherever you are. Well, when it comes to decisions on how or who is going to be held accountable in AI decisions, well, actually in Latin America, we think that actually this has many problems related to internet governance. Is a problem that should be addressed by several stakeholders at the same time. Probably the main stakeholders that can be held accountable for decisions made by AI systems in educational environments requires careful consideration of the role and responsibilities of, first of all, developers. AI developers have a responsibility to design and develop AI systems that are ethical, unbiased, and transparent. they should ensure that their system are trained on diverse and representative data sets, especially in a region like Latin America, where we have so many cultural nonsense and different languages and all of that. And also ensure that the AI system, especially that the ones that be using for education, are designed to protect student privacy. Educators have a role in this aspect on accountability also, and I'm an educator myself, so we talk about this a lot of time. And and despite a lot of people say that most of the educator has some resistance to AI, I think it's the opposite. Probably most of the educators don't know exactly how what is the responsibility in all this process. So they don't know exactly how to use it somehow. So they feel more afraid because they don't know. No, actually they aren't against it to the use of the technology. So educators here have to play a crucial role in implementing AI system in the classroom. Most of the educator needs to be trained on how to use AI effectively and ethically, and they should be involved in the decision-making process regarding or how AI is used in the schools. So that means that educators should be involved also in the in the in the implementation and the policy-making processes, not only being the ones that receive some education to implement those tools, but also the ones that decide how it's going to be implemented and how to be going to be regulated the use of these tools inside of the classroom. The other stakeholder that that can be considered important here is obviously the policymakers. Policymakers have a responsibility with all the society to create regulations, guidelines, that the government and guidelines that the government they use or AI in education. These policies should be address issues such as data privacy, algorithm bias, and obviously accountability. And students, because they also part of the process, we can avoid or having some great on accountability without including students inside of this conversation. Without them, it's impossible to actually address fully the encompass or the complexity of having AI education tools and on making them accountable for the use of the tools, because it's not only developers that are going to be accountable for it, or is we need to see in all the process, not only in the design stage, but until the deployment and the implementation on it. Students themselves should be empowered to understand how AI is being used in their education and how to have a voice in the decision-making processes. They should be educated about the potential benefits and risks of AI and encouraged to critically evaluate the information generated by AI systems. So students in this case, they need not only proper education to know how to use the tools, but also some critical thinking on how or when they are started using the tools, because most of the students are using the tools. So we can avoid that. We have to think that accountability is a really complex topics to talk about. Probably we 5 minutes we don't have enough time to cover everything about accountability. But what we can say that this accountability should be something that we should be shared among all stakeholders. It requires a collaborative approach that prioritizes ethical consideration, transparency, and the well-being of the student, because the student are the main focus on the all educational system. And um, and on the all education system. And before I forgot, another stakeholder that should be taken into account is academia. The academia should actually needs to understand and investigate how AI is affecting the education in only in the practices and then inside of the classroom, but outside of the classroom, and how it's changing the dynamics on how a student can learn and improve their abilities or their abilities inside of the classroom or for the daily lives. So so academia needs to understand the pedagogy, the didactical and the pedagogical aspects that are being affected by the use of artificial intelligence tools in the classroom. So there is another stakeholder that should be taken into account in this. So we can have AI more accountable in education that actually is transparent, fairness, has a human oversight, respect the privacy of the student, propends to equity, and is child-friendly. So that's my my approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can see that the number of critical stakeholders are growing here. We have government, the technical community, and of course academia. After listening to all the talks, I have a question running around in my head, but I have to leave it running for one more speaker, and then I'll put it out to you. So, Mr. Khalid. Sorry. Just going? Okay. Right, so I get to put out my running question. So I'll be honest, I have not used one single AI tool, and I'll tell you why. It's because you could still hear me? Yeah. Okay. It's because of what was said at the beginning, and I think it's from Mr. Khalid. Hold on. Am I going to be enhancing what I do or diluting? Is it really going to be me or is it 1,000 other people? So I'm going to put it out to you who've probably used AI. How do you feel ethically, personally, when you use an AI tool to help you, as Vio said, to enhance? Do you think that you're really enhancing? What do you do to help your ethical compass? So I'm throwing that question out to you in the audience.
Very brief comment. Indeed, you did use AI tools a lot. If you take a picture with your iPhone, that's AI. If you do receive some advertising on the web or within a social network, that's done with AI. If you do receive information in your social network, the feed, that's AI. So, and that's the wicked aspect of the problem, because you don't always notice that AI is everywhere. And maybe that's the most important, because we cannot confront and contest and discuss democratically, because the decisions are made and we don't even know that there are decisions.
No, I agree. I agree that sometimes we don't know, but I'm throwing it out there in terms of I do know. So, you know, when you look at Zoom, you have the little AI apps you can use, WhatsApp, everywhere you turn. But right up and now, I don't know if they're trying to be ethical, you have to click a button to say, yes, I want to use it. So I'm looking at the point where I click and say, yes, I want to use it. But thank you. You're quite right.
Hi, my name is Jarrell James. I'm a researcher for internet resiliency, and I do a lot of work with AI, and a lot of concerns that Ahmed has made are, I've heard him talk about them before, but I have them as well. And so I think what you're discussing there is like consensual data mining, consensual activity with AI. And I think when I use it myself, and my hesitations right now around using it, which is something I would love to hear the panel discuss, I think for me, I'm wondering about who is responding to me, in the sense like it's a large language model, so whose language whose background, whose perspective is diluting my creativity, whose background perspective is diluting my output, because I really value the fact that like I come from East Africa, I am well trained and well educated in all sorts of things in the West, but I am applying that education through this perspective and this lens. And when I use AI tools, I often notice that I almost have to give the AI my philosophy first, and I have to like write out logical prompts that give if-then statements, like if I believe this, then this is my outcome of what I would like to see. And like I almost have to deprogram the AI from the language model that it exists in currently. And so I would love to hear, yeah, Ahmed, I think you are ready to go on this, but I'd love to hear more about, instead of just owning like how it's implemented regulatory wise, like who are the people in the, like, do you see Global South members being the next Steve Jobs of like AI, or these like big innovators in AI, or is it going to follow the same path of the foreign delegates or the corporations come in and they give you these language models and then you have to decide what's true or not?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll maybe first I'll start with the concern that you raised, and this goes to what the ambassador said. Really, I think we blew it with social media. Why is it that someone in a different continent get to decide what I watch on my phone for 2 to 4 hours? And I'm not mentioning any names, Mark Zuckerberg. But for AI specifically, so the idea of how the technology works, basically, it's a large language model, as in it takes data and it learns what the data says, and it can predict the next word. This is what it learns. So you take a bunch of information from the internet. So what it learns on average is the average content you see. So if without any post-training, this is what you get, the average response you would get in the internet. But then there is the fine-tuning that happens after. Be more supportive, give it more information, be this and that, and then it learns some concepts that can provide you with the direction that you can give it, right? So how it happens now is the different companies control for these things, and they ensure that it's trustworthy in a sense. They try to make their own best judgment in terms of how to use it. And then we become end users. So now the question is, again, back to the point, how can we push it to use AI so that I can tell it what I want and it serves me and not the company? And this is really what we want to focus on. And I think this really is an overlap between the capabilities of the technology itself and then what we do with it. And I'll leave the floor if there's any more comments, if anyone wants to add more to this.
Ed, next.
Can you hear me okay? Brilliant. So thank you so much for that, Ahmed. And I think my experience as a young person utilizing AI, especially in, I'm a consultant, my job is quite professional, is I usually struggle to get it to give me an objective stance, in the sense that whatever prompts I give it, it ends up speaking to what I'm feeding it, which is not necessarily what I want, right? I want this thing to challenge me, to give me some sort of objective truth. So I guess my question to you is, do you think an objective truth exists in the sense of AI, or is it always going to be manipulated to a certain extent by its users and the community that utilizes AI technologies?
Yeah, I think, again, this is a bigger question of what's right and what's wrong overall, right? But AI will give you the answer that it has learned. And in that sense, it's always objective. And if you tell it, I want you to challenge me, then it will try to challenge you. And this is what it's good at. So if you use it for what it's built for, it's great. But if you use it, try to extend it further than what it should do, then it will fail. And then we say the company is responsible for it. If you use a knife that's supposed to cut things and it cuts your finger, maybe you didn't use it right. Maybe it wasn't too sharp. So we have to really know what the limits of AI is before we really try to use it for all intents and purposes, right? And in terms of how we can actually use it to get logical and objective answers, there are tools now. So large language models learn an intuition from data. So this is what they get. If anyone is familiar with the System 1, System 2, it's the fast thinking process of intuition. It just learns intuition, but it doesn't have structure for logic. there are now hybrid models that they're developing that can actually ensure something is logically and reasonably, objectively making sense. And that's something we can incorporate into developing tools. I think that would take longer. So maybe hold on to ask it what the meaning of life is until we get that answer.
A very brief comment regarding your question. So the current model were built by companies to sell something. So they try to be efficient. So they will always give you an answer. But the great minds that did grow up humankind, the Socrates and the others, they didn't always answer. Sometimes they told, are you sure that this is your question? Do you know why you are asking this question? What do you think about your question? So the AI model won't do this. That's why I say we have also to prepare free citizens for the next world. A world where there will always be answers. And when they don't know, they do invent. And when they don't invent, they hallucinate. But they will always agree to answer. And for me, that's my worst concern.
Very well answered, actually. I just quickly, before we proceed, I just want to check with our online moderators. Ines and Keith, do we have any questions or comments online? I see that we have a comment or question from Lily. Yes. If you'd like to speak, please.
Hi everyone. Good morning. Sorry, morning from here. As I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio, and excited to join the conversation. So one of the things I wanted to say early on was the fact that Madame Carol had mentioned that she had not, and then she actually clarified it. So I was going to point out the fact that in using our emails and our calendars, there's the subtle use of AI, so much so that it enhances productivity in a way or the other. So indirectly, we all are using. And so for somebody who's a youth and coming from the angle or perspective of answering if it adds any efficiency or is effective for me, first off, it is. But secondly, I'm a PhD researcher in privacy. So my concerns also actually go towards the idea of privacy. And I share the sentiment of the speaker who took the microphone the first time to say, whose perspective is it maybe spotlighting for me, right? And so in that aspect, one of the things that we start to look at is even what these companies are doing. For example, ChatGPT. I've discussed so much about my dissertation with ChatGPT that when I ask a question, it brings elements of my past work into the prompt or into the response it gives to me. One of the things that I think that they're doing is that when you start a conversation, you can toggle a button and say, hey, don't train with my information or don't train using my data. For one step, it is a way for people to say, hey, I'm looking into my privacy, and maybe that I don't want this to be used in training this large model for others to be a part of. But one of the conversations is that aside from what these companies are doing, we are speaking about responsibility. And for us as people who are probably looking to be private and secure while using AI tools, we may also start thinking about how we know and understand what these tools are, and first off, look out for our own security. Are you uploading your social security numbers? Are you uploading passwords? What else are you doing out there that probably can land into the training of these models? Remember, like what the Minister Ahmad said, he said there's either machine learning that these AI tools are using, there's natural language processing that they're using, or even these tools acting like the human brain, and so it brings about that neural network part of AI. In that sense, we all are using the tool, but for us also, we have to take the time to also learn for ourselves and make sure we are taking proactive approaches to protect ourselves while these companies and policies and every other thing also works in place. So from my point of view, AI supports me, but I also look out for privacy because it is huge. And if you don't think of it first for yourself, the companies would only play a secondary role, and your information probably may be used in training these models.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Very helpful. The next speaker online, we have quite a queue here. So please, we're asking everybody to stick to the 2 minute. I think we're down to maybe a 1 minute intervention on a, so that persons can have a chance to get involved. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yes, hello. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Are you listening?
Just speak, we can hear you.
Hello, I'm not getting the flow.
Can you hear us? We can hear you. Okay, until we've sorted out the technical difficulty, we'll just go back to the floor. The floor. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much for the insights. My name is Ahmad Karim. I'm from UN Women. And I have two questions. The first one is that we see a very wide gap between two conversations when it comes to AI. Global North, it talks about AI and the opportunity that would bring to the economy of everyone. And in Global South, the threats and the protection side of AI and technology. How can we guarantee that we have women and girls have that side in the conversation where the systems are aware of the concerns and their safety measures and concerns, but it does not defy the opportunity space where we can have more girls and women shape that whole industry. And then the second question related to bias in AI. We know that there are biases related to the data itself. AI inherited our history, our civilization, you know, 10,000 of years of biases against women and girls, and this is what we're also receiving from AI input, but also the AI, the algorithm bias when it comes to those who are creating AI, mostly men, creating softwares for other men, and then with a smaller percentage of women in the AI industry that's also perpetuate the application thing. And then the last part is the bias in the users. Those who have already gender biases and asking the wrong questions, and how can we make sure that who is responsible for fixing the AI that could work for women and girls? Thank you.
Anyone on the panelists want to take? You'd have to just respond. Oh, we'll go back to the online speaker after we have a response to the question that was put to us. Anybody going to? No? All right, we'll go to the online.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I would like to answer the last part of the question that talk about our gender bias on AI, because that's related to my work. So yeah, one of the things that we can do, well, we can actually blame AI for being gender biased when we actually create the data that fit the AI system with those biases. Those biases exist in the society, so we need first of all change the cultural background of the entire society in order to have less gender bias in artificial intelligence. We can actually improve the language sometimes when we are talking about language models. And what we can do, that's actually what I'm trying to do with my language, that is Spanish, is to actually improve those models in the way that actually the representation and the outputs that the people receive when it comes to gender are more equal when it comes to men representation of things and woman representation of things. So it's hard when you have some languages that actually are so strong, has some representation of gender inside of it, and there is a cultural background that actually is really gender. So it's not going to be easy to tackle the gender bias, but we should try, as many people are trying to do it at the moment. So what we can pretend with the one of the things that I say to people that I want to improve the models related to gender bias on AI is actually start feeding the data with more related things that women and other genders do, and how they spread themselves and what they do in the more common things. So it would be helpful for the AI, for the different AI models to give a less
Okay, thank you very much.
a less gender response
Okay,
to
thank
the
you.
prompts that they receive.
Okay,
So,
thank you
yeah,
very
that's
much.
what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Very helpful, and you're quite right. It's almost a circular argument there with regards to what AI is learning. It's feeding from what we have fed it, and it's feeding from our biases. So we do need to look at how to address that. Thank you very much. And we're going to take. Okay, we really need persons on the floor to really stick to 1 minute if we're going to get to the end of the line. And we're going to ask at this time that nobody else join the queue. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I want to ask back from the perspective of global north or the other. So, like when we are questioning the youth to be critical, I'm not sure if we are giving a good environment for them. When we all have the UN organization and everything working on education and technology, however, we don't have a universal guideline that, as someone was saying, what is plagiarism or not, and how much is okay or not. Are we giving enough information about that so that youth know? No. Even at my German university, they do not really specify until where is plagiarism and not and how to use it. But then we are still talking about we should facilitate early adopter and so on. For me, I think it's very conflicting, and I think we should really think how do we work on this so that we actually inform that, not just telling them to be early adopter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point. And we now have 5 minutes to wrap up, or 4 minutes. So let's make it quick. 30 seconds.
Our exercise brevity. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana, and also a rep from African Youth IGF. So this year we had our African Youth IGF last November, and the topic was digital governance and emerging technologies, youth participation, amplifying youth voices. One of the recommendations was establish advisory and participatory platforms to involve youth in policy making and governance at regional and national levels. My question is that what kind of methodologies? Oftentimes, the youth are sort of an afterthought in all these conversations. How possible, or what kind of methodology or say structures should we put in place so that they are all inclusive? And also, quick one, who are we benchmarking in terms of all these technologies or say policies? Who are we benchmarking, and what is the who is should we learn from? Who are we benchmarking and who are we learning from? So to our questions. Thank you very much.
Very good point. And I would encourage you to join the working group on youth in the IGF. We formed that group to try to help some of the things that you said so your voice can be heard actively. Next.
Hello, Dana Kramer for the Record Youth IGF Canada. I'm curious about how we as students can advocate for AI adoption in our educations. For context, I'm a PhD candidate in Toronto, Canada, and my university has sweeping regulations on AI usage now, which really impacts on how youth can become first movers of AI programs, and then by being first mover, have more experience to then enter, for example, that seat at the governance table on it. And our regulations at my university aren't just ChatGPT, but also literature review, synthesis, and dissemination programs. So I'm wondering if the panel could speak to strategies for advocating for having youth be able to use AI in our educations, so that then we can be partners and stakeholders in governance tables too. Thank you.
I just want to flip the switch a bit here. We've been asking, or persons have been asking the older generation on how to change. You said you'd like to see a change, but what are your ideas towards change? What are your ideas? How can you ensure a lecturer that I can use ChatGPT to produce my paper without you worrying? What are the guardrails you're suggesting in that type? I'm just throwing the question out. Sorry, go ahead.
The perfect introduction for my question, or actually my comment. My name is Yasmin Aldouri. I am part of the Responsible Technology Hub, a youth-led nonprofit that is actually working on this question specifically. So one aspect that we do is we actually have spaces that are intergenerational in means of we're not only giving young people the mic, but we let them actually develop AI. So instead of asking them and serving them, oh, what do you want? We ask them the question of, give us a solution, and then we will have a question, or we will go through the problems that you're actually seeing. That way, young people are actually taken serious. They feel like respected and on the same level, and the kind of discussions we're having are way deeper, way more solution-oriented, and way more inclusive of young people, at least for us in Germany. But one aspect that I really wanted to highlight, because I feel like it's missing, and Minister Al-Falah actually brought it up in regards of ethical aspects, we do not talk about click workers. AI has to be developed by labeling data, and that data is being labeled by young people who are super underprivileged, mostly from the global south, not paid well enough. So if we talk about including people and young people in this aspect, we need to include those who are exploited by developing it. And maybe that's a question, open question for later on as well. How can we include these young people? This is the most important part for my work, at least. Thank you.
Insightful. 30 seconds.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'm Oliver from Hong Kong One Pi Foundation, and I'm a youth ambassador. So personally, I majored in biology, and I use generating AI for extended learning, for example, for accessing undergraduate knowledge and academic essays. And what is being proved is that the generating AI gives BAs or misunderstanding about the STEM topic. So how can the youth scientific researcher or the STEM student to make sure that, or to judge that the response is correct, who should actually be responsible for the the false information that's been given by the AI?
I'm sorry, my two speakers, I've been given the signal to end. I can't even do a wrap up. So I'm very sorry about that. We cannot take any more speakers. However, we cannot take anybody else again. However, I think we started a very good conversation. Now the point is to take it past a conversation. Now we want to take it to action. I think sometimes for youth is that I'm going to ask the older generation, this is my problem, how are you going to fix it? Now we're going to flip it around and say, I have a problem with you guys. How are you going to fix it? So keep that in mind, please. And thank you very much for your participation.
And
Go
just
ahead.
a second, I think also one good way is, I have a solution, what do you think about it? Instead of, how do you fix my problem? This is a solution, what do you think about it? And this is the idea of the learning hubs that come with a solution and see what the policymakers think about it.
That's a good way of putting it. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Give yourselves a good round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, online participants. Thank you very much.
I hope you can hear us.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Shimona.
I see Luanda and Catalina on the screen. I hope you can hear us. So we don't hear you yet, but if you hear me, please give me like a thumbs up or a nod or something. Okay, perfect. You can hear me. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, perfect. So the reason why I can't hear you is because I don't have my earpiece on yet. So I should be able to hear you in a couple minutes as well. Okay. Okay. Um, so I hope that's all good to go. And I hope our colleagues in the room can hear me loud and clear. Fantastic. So thank you all for joining us. And for those of us who are joining us online as well, very nice to have you with us to discuss something that we've heard a lot about this year, which is gender diversity and cybersecurity. We know that world over, there's only about 25% of women in the cybersecurity workforce. So this is a very important conversation for us to have, and I'm very, very glad that us as the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, along with the organizations that have collaborated on this event with us, which is the International Telecommunication Union, the Global Affairs Canada, and the Stimson Center, join us to convene this conversation and further the discussions around gender diversity and cybersecurity. So just to give you a little bit of a brief about today's session, we know that there's a growing acknowledgement of the gender dimension of cyber threats, as well as the persistent digital and gender divide, with women representing only maybe about 25% of the global cybersecurity workforce. However, specific gender differentiated impacts of cyber threats and strategies have continued to increase when it comes to the global cyberspace at the current moment. And this kind of hinders the multi-stakeholder efforts to enhance cyber resilience and promote inclusive international peace and security in governance models. So today, with our fantastic panel, which is drawn from all kinds of diversities around geographies, around stakeholders, and around substantive expertises, we'll discuss a little bit more about how to make sure that these gender-specific harms and threats are countered in an effective manner, both through substantive measures as well as through governance measures. So joining us today, just to give you a brief introduction, is firstly Ms. Aaron Yunwei-Zhu, who is the Deputy Director of the International Cyber and Emerging Technology Policy Division at the Global Affairs Canada. We also have Professor Hoda Al-Khazaimi, who is joining us online for now, and hopefully also in person, is the Director of the Center for Cybersecurity, New York University, Abu Dhabi, and also the founder and director of the Emerging Advanced Research Acceleration for Technologies, Security, and Cryptology Research Lab and Center in. We also have Ms. Yasmin Idrisi Ijuzi, who is the Cybersecurity Program Officer at the International Telecommunication Union in Geneva. We'll also have Ms. Lu Dugumi, who is the Streaming and Cyber Skills Development Manager, Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And we also have online with us Ms. Catalina Veratoro, who is the Alternative Representative, Permanent Mission of Chile in the Organization of American States. Myself, I am Shimona Mohan from the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, and joining us online is also my colleague, Mr. Pavel Mraz, who is a cybersecurity researcher also at UNIDIR. So a couple of housekeeping announcements. I'll ask our fantastic panelists to give us a little bit of a brief about the questions that I would. The issue of diversity and cybersecurity. We'll have a round of interventions for about 5 to 6 minutes each, and then we'll open up the floor for discussions. So please come prepared with your questions after you hear from our panelists. I would like to also flag that this discussion is part of an ongoing process of collecting recommendations for a compendium of good practices around gender and cybersecurity, mainstreaming gender and cybersecurity that we as Unity are undertaking with the help and collaboration and contribution of our partner organizations who are also on this panel. So with that, I think we'll start off with the interventions for the day. And I will first invite, perhaps since we have in the room, Aaron, to kind of give us a little bit of a brief around how can governments tackle gendered cyber threats and attacks, and what kind of policy imperatives are required, and how can a government sort of mainstream these gender considerations in their cyber and digital policy.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. I'm pleased to be here. So for Canada, our approach is to mainstream gender considerations in all aspects of our work, specifically with threats and attacks. We take gender into consideration for both assessments of the threats and our responses to them. I'm sure this audience knows there's a gender dimension to every aspect of cybersecurity, so not taking gender into consideration actually makes our responses far less effective. So a couple of examples I just wanted to share include internet shutdowns, specifically in Iran. For example, women tended to use Instagram much more, and the internet shutdown had a much more disproportionate effect on their both social and economic participation. And we need to get rid of this arbitrary divide between online and offline, as offline violence is often preceded by online violence. So this is not only the right thing to do, but again, will make our responses more effective. In terms of policy imperatives, in Canada, all of our policy initiatives and programs have to go through what is called a gender-based analysis assessment, GBA+. This isn't only about how policies affect women, but also how policies affect men and other gender diverse people. And it's not only about gender, it also takes into account race, class, ethnicity, cultural background, to really understand how specific policy responses affect people in all their diversity, and to make sure that the programs that we're designing are fit for purpose. Yeah, and I'll stop there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm also wondering, since you're here as a representative of Canada, and we know that Canada has a feminist foreign policy with a specific women, peace and security agenda, national action plan, that also has several mentions of online harassment and abuse against women and people of diverse gender identities. How have these helped in the prioritization of the inclusion of tech considerations when it comes to gendered harms?
So I think the thing that we do that's top of mind for us is to create a taboo against online gender-based violence and harassment. So Canada was one of the founding members of the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse. It's grown to about 15 countries to form a community of like-minded countries that are building norms against online gender-based harassment and violence at a time when this is increasingly controversial, unfortunately. And what this has meant is we have a community of practice amongst different governments that can share experiences and learnings on how to do this both domestically and in multilateral contexts, notably around the Commission on the Status of Women every year. And another important thing that we do is sponsor the Women in Cyber Fellowship. Because of this program, we've been able to train over 50 women diplomats from around the world. Not only has this meant more diverse voices around the table at the open-ended working group, it's the first time that any first committee process has reached gender parity at the UN. And it also creates a community for women diplomats, and they can turn to each other and share learning and support each other to bring more diverse voices to those processes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. In fact, the Women in Cyber Fellowship has been a beacon of hope for all of us. And on the basis of the Women in Cyber Fellowship, we've also kind of at Unity established something called the Women in AI Fellowship to replicate the same kind of success in AI-related conversations for women diplomats as well. Speaking of the OEWG, if I may turn to Yasmin now, I think the OEWG on cyber has often also focused on reducing the gender digital divide to ensure that women get access and equal opportunities in the online space. And this is also, I know, something that ITU has worked on extensively. So how are we currently facing and sort of faring with the divide, and how do you think this gap can be sort of closed?
Thank you for that, Shimona. So indeed, at the ITU for more than 20 years now, we've been very active in closing the digital gender divide in particular by equipping women with digital skills. So in the most sort of flagship initiatives when it comes to that are Equals, which is a global partnership, and also Girls in ICTs, which is very much focused on inspiring younger women to pursue careers in technology. In the specific context of cybersecurity, we are mandated by a specific resolution to promote the growth and development of a skilled and diverse cybersecurity workforce, and in particular to address the skills shortage by including more women and promoting their employment. So based on that, in 2021, we first launched the Women in Cyber Mentorship Program, which is different from the fellowship program in 3 regions, so Arab region, Asia, and Asia Pacific and Africa. And one of the cornerstones was this program was really the soft skills development, the mentorship aspect. And as we were running it for 3-4 years, we received some feedback from participants that when they often participate in women in cyber related programs or women in tech related programs, there's a strong focus on soft skills and a strong focus on developing leadership and whatnot. And they wanted to go a little bit beyond that and really focus on the technical skills and the hard skills in parallel to this. So then we decided to take this experience and we launched Her Cyber Tracks, which is a highly specialized and tailored training. So this program puts into practice what I believe to be a holistic approach to capacity building. And why holistic? Basically, to me, I think that capacity building is not just about training. Training is, of course, very important, but it's also focusing on other elements. One, promotion of role models. So definitely elevating individuals that are from underrepresented communities as successful women in cybersecurity, shedding the light on their successes, and showcase that basically it is possible to have somebody that looks like me be able to be in a leadership position in cybersecurity. Second is community building. So facilitating peer exchange, support networks is definitely key to help individuals navigate challenges when it comes to being a woman in cybersecurity in a male-dominated field. Third is exposure to the reality of the field. So we do so through offering study visits to certs of other countries, for example, where women can see how things are being done and learn on the job, basically job placements. And this basically shows career pathways and provides also practical advice on the reality of the field. And then last but not least, of course, mentorship is still very key. So we connect aspiring professionals with mentors from a bit all over the world and basically guides them through career pathways that have to do with their professional life, but also their personal life, because of course, we are, let's say, multifaceted beings as well. So with Her Cyber Tracks, we've tailored curricula to be specifically for women in the public sector. And these are across 3 tracks, 3 cyber tracks. One is policy and diplomacy, the second is incident response, and the third is criminal justice or cybercrime. And basically, we have decided to go, let's say, beyond traditional training, incorporate study visits, incorporate networking opportunities, incorporate mentorship, and also focusing very much on inter-regional exchange. So our cohorts have participants from Africa, from Eastern Europe in particular, very different contexts where actually people were surprised to be facing similar challenges, even if the context is quite different. So to sum up, basically, in order to really close the gender digital divide and really promote what we call the equal, full, and meaningful representation of women in cybersecurity, not just as a checkbox being checked, but really meaningful and skilled representation, we must adopt a holistic approach such as this when it comes to capacity building, combining training, combining mentorship, combining role modeling, community building, and real-world exposure. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Yasmin. And this sounds like a fantastic sort of program for women of all walks of life to sort of join and make sure that they can contribute and learn a lot. And I took notes when you were talking, and I really like the fact that you focused on all the different ways of engaging them as tracks, and then sort of making sure that all of those tracks are coming together as one holistic program to make sure that that they're learning as much as they can. But I think going forward from here, I would also love to talk a little bit more about the tech side of things. How are we seeing these harms come up? Because we've heard a lot about these harms and how they have specific impacts or adverse effects on women and other gender diverse individuals. But we're lucky to have Professor Hoda on the call with us. So I will make use of her expertise and perhaps also ask her what kind of gendered threats do you see sort of existing in the cyberspace? And who do you think these affect the most? And if you could give us some examples, that would be fantastic. I don't see them on the chat. Sorry, on the call. But I hope you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Shimona, for inviting me to this important discussion. I think gendered cybersecurity threats are becoming increasingly urgent, especially as emerging technologies such as AI, deepfakes, and quantum computing reshape the digital landscape in today's reality. Today, we'll address two key areas, which are the example of these gender-specific threats, including those like threats that can be interpolated by emerging technologies, and strategies for designing next-generation solutions to mitigate these harms. The problem on the space for us is how do we define harm? When it comes to gender and women and vulnerable groups, harm is being defined on a magnified aspects, including intangible harm that comes into reputational risk. We have seen technologies as in deep fakes, for example, technology, which is one of the significant emerging threats, particularly for women, where you can where it has been found by Deep Trace in 2019 that 96% of all deep content online is consensual, sexual content pertaining to target women. These attacks often aim to silence journalists, politicians, and activists, which is an example that we've seen recently within the Indian media for one of the Indian journalists who has been targeted with a deepfake video designed to discredit her work and incite harassment. Emerging technologies as well, like AI-based content verification tools that is being developed, for example, by Microsoft, where I'm talking about the video authenticator and blockchain initiatives, like the one that Adobe has been developing on Adobe Content Authenticity Initiative, are promising solutions for those kind of deep fake aspects, as well as other advanced machine learning and cryptographic signature schemes that aims to identify the origins of the contents and flag manipulated media online. We really need to encourage platforms to start authenticating every type of messaging that's being created online, and also flagging non I would say integral or non-authentic material that is being exchanged. When we talk as well about the biometric exploitations and AI biases within, for example, facial recognition. We know very well that facial recognition systems often exhibit systematic bias against gender in general, but women in particular of color, they have much more kind of weakness pool. A study that has been generated in 2018 showed that the error rate for those systems is up to 34.7% for darker skinned women in comparison for less than 1% for lighter skinned men. Those biases can lead to wrongful surveillance and enforcement action, which often targets marginalized groups. So emerging technologies such as federated learning, for example, and privacy preserving AI models can reduce biases by ensuring diverse decentralized data training is being deployed. Additionally, initiatives by the ITU and UNESCO are pushing for global standards in ethical AI development, for example, emphasizing inclusivity is a must and it should be considered in the design premise of those kind of technology. I'm talking about cyber harassments and as well IoT devices. We have emerging technologies within the Internet of Things, for example, which introduce new vulnerabilities. Smart home devices and wearables can be exploited through stalking and harassment. There has been multiple kind of incidents in the United States where loner females who have been subjected to being tracked by tracker devices and being subjected to targeted attack when they are in specific area. Affecting women not just in abusive relationships, but affecting women in general. According to the UNESCO, such misuse has already impacted 10% of women in developed nations. So security by design principles are a must for us when we are developing and designing the next generation solutions, not just in cybersecurity, but in general and the technology platforms.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
I would also like to sort of, because you mentioned so many threats and especially the ones exacerbated by AI now, from more of a technical perspective, I would really love to understand what kind of measures can be taken, both proactive and
I'm sorry, I
reactive.
can't hear you, Shimona.
Oh, sorry. Are you able to hear me now? So our technical colleagues in the room, if you could please ensure that Professor can hear us, that would be great. I understand we did a little bit of a technical thing to counter the glitch that was occurring in terms of the audio. Okay. So maybe in the meanwhile, until we're resolving this glitch, and then I'll come back to you, Professor. I assume you can't hear me, so I'll come back to you either way. But I actually wanted to ask the professor first if we could have an overview of the kind of technical solutions that are possible to employ both proactive and reactive. But I'll save that question for when Professor Hoda can hear us. And in the meanwhile, because Yasmin spoke a lot about capacity building, I'd like to come back to her.
Shimona, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Oh, not at all? Okay. Ah, I see. So maybe could we unmute?
We can't hear you. Maybe you're on mute.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I guess too much of me. Okay. Okay. Could you confirm if you're able to hear me with maybe like a thumbs up? No, you can't.
Unmute the microphone. We see it as mute online. The room microphone.
Could we unmute the room, please? Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, perfect. Okay. So there's always a saying in tech panels that there's no tech panels without tech issues. So we're living up to that. But Professor, if you can hear me, I would like to come back to you on a follow-up question that I had. Thank you for giving us a background and especially the exacerbated threats by AI. From a technical perspective, I'd really like to understand what kind of measures we can take both proactive and reactive to sort of lessen these harms, and who should employ these measures. So if you could speak a little bit to that, that would be fantastic. If okay. So not sure if no. Okay. Could we unmute, please? Okay. Sorry to ask this again, but can you hear me?
يا شو هذا اخوي والله ذبحتونا طلعتوا عيوننا هذا.
So Professor Hoda, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I think because she's on the move, maybe she's having challenges.
Okay.
Shimona, you can get back to her later.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. So we'll go back to my previous arrangement of questions then. Okay. So I just wanted to get a sense of solutions that we can employ to make sure that we don't counter these gender-specific harms against women and people of diverse gender identities. And after more of a technical perspective, I wanted to come back to Yasmin and ask, since we want to effectively combat these gendered threats and harm online, I know that a variety of internet governance communities perhaps need to be cognizant of these threats and then well trained to respond to them. And you spoke a little bit about this in the in your intervention about her cyber tracks, which ITU is doing. I'd like to also understand, how do capacity building interventions such as her cyber tracks, or as Aaron mentioned, the Women in Cyber Fellowship, help in this effort?
Thanks for that, Shimona. I hope there won't be any sound effects that are unexpected. But I think that including them in the workforce, including more women in the workforce, it would be key because, of course, as we know, in the cybersecurity field, there's still this persistence challenge. There are issues beyond just recruitment, but also retention and meaningful representation of women in cybersecurity. And since women are disproportionately affected by online risks, this can have one or two effects, can either encourage them to go into the field to be able to face these risks, or discourage them on the other hand. But even more so, the programs that we work with are with women in public sector. So women that are often politicians, diplomats, women in the public eye, which of course makes them the higher target for gendered harms online, harassment, doxing and whatnot. So through the holistic capacity building approach that we use for our cyber tracks that I mentioned earlier, we also run these peer exchange platforms or sessions on the challenges of being a woman in cybersecurity. These are intergenerational and interregional, and now participants affectionately call them group therapy because they've actually been platforms for them to share experiences and difficulty in overcoming obstacles in the workplace and overcoming obstacles in the workforce at large. I mean, tears have been shed and hugs have been given at these kinds of things, even though these are very different contexts, again, from a cybersecurity and maybe socioeconomic perspective as well. So many of our participants, the reason why I'm telling you this story is that the key sort of conclusion that comes from these exchange sessions is the power of communities. And women are often left out of formal processes. So what happens at these formal processes, these boys clubs oftentimes, they have found strength in actually creating informal communities parallel to the formal ones. And programs like Her Cybertracks and others have actually have the ability to help create these communities. So now past participants stay in contact, they share with each other, they ask questions, they learn from common experiences, and basically this ensures that today's informal communities of women in cyber that are in government, in incident response, or in cybercrime, tomorrow become the formal networks of the women that are in leadership, which this can ultimately result in really real confidence building measures and interregional cooperation. So all in all, being able to respond to these threats, I think, is not just simply a question of having well-trained people, but also about creating environments where diverse perspectives are encouraged, are respected, are heard, and leveraged to ideally create these communities of support. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's very eye-opening to get an insight into how all of this plays out from start to finish. And I think with this, I would also like to understand how this happens perhaps on more of a national level. So we're glad to have with us Catalina on the screen. And I hope, Catalina, you can hear me. Just checking because of the tech PTSD. But I wanted to get a sense of how Chile, which is actually one of the few countries to have a specific focus on gender in its national cybersecurity policy. How does this kind of focus in the cybersecurity policy help both substantively, say in terms of gendered harms, and also participatorily in terms of the ratio of women cyber professionals in the country? So over to you, Catalina.
Thank you, Shimona. Hopefully you can hear me as well. Without an echo.
Yes,
Wonderful.
all good.
So first of all, thank you. And I want to say hi to my distinguished fellow panelists and also to the audience, and express my appreciation for the opportunity to share a national experience on this important issue. As you mentioned, Chile has integrated a gender perspective on its national cybersecurity policy. So I will go very briefly on how such focus helps substantively the meaningful participation of women and gender diversity, and how there is broader implications also beyond, like in international cybersecurity discussions and governance. So back in 2023, I want to mention, we became the first South American country to have a feminist foreign policy. That means we joined Canada, the Netherlands, Mexico, and the like that were leading the way on this. And thus, at our core, Chile has advanced on its commitments on human rights and equality. But through this vision of feminist foreign policy, we want to achieve through policy a more inclusive country and a more egalitarian society, you could say. So particularly in regards of gender perspectives on cyber policy, there are very few countries, as you mentioned, that have this in their national strategies. For instance, in Latin America and the Caribbean, 14 include some reference to human rights, but only 4 incorporate gender perspective. That would be Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, and us. However, Chile has updated its cybersecurity policy in 2024 from its 2017 policy that already had gender as a reference, but now we had incorporated as a gender responsive approach by mainly establishing the obligation of the state to protect and promote the protection of the rights of the people on the internet through strengthening of the existing institutions in cybersecurity matters, by capacity building and updating legal frameworks, and by gender mainstreaming. All these initiatives must preferentially consider women, both in terms of their protection and inclusion, and positive action aimed at correcting the inequalities that continue to exist in our society, as my previous panelists covered very well, and also mainstreaming protection of children and youth, the elderly, and also the environment. And such focus achieved two major objectives, you could say. First, addressing gender-specific harms in cyberspace, but also promoting the inclusion of women in cybersecurity workforce. How we address harms? Well, basically, we ensure that these risks are not only acknowledged, but systematically addressed by incorporating specific measures for gender-sensitive threat analysis and response mechanisms. That means we have updated our policies, are also in the works to broadening policies and laws that mitigate gender online harms by developing tailored strategies for prevention and victim support, empower affected groups to report incidents without fear or stigma, excuse me, build safer, more inclusive online environments where everybody can engage freely. And through that, measures that are not only ethical imperatives, you could say, they can also contribute directly to more robust, inclusive cybersecurity systems that protect all citizens. When it comes to participation and encouraging women to go into cybersecurity, as it was previously stated, like women represent around 24% of the global cybersecurity workforce. So policies that prioritize gender inclusivity have a transformative potential. And so we have created initiatives such as scholarships, mentorship programs, and leadership opportunities for women in cybersecurity through our national cybersecurity ecosystem that we're building. Next year, we will have a cybersecurity agency that will cover nationwide and will collaborate with the MFA for cybersecurity as a whole. We're also paving the way for more equitable talent pipelines. This inclusivity not only improves the ratio of women of cyber professionals, but also enhances cybersecurity outcomes. And I want to mention something more. Nowadays, we are all talking about technology and how we have to get our people, our workforce ready for that, right? When it comes to cybersecurity, it's very interesting because it's a very broad ecosystem, you could say, of professionals, like, for instance, cyber diplomats, cyber politicians, not only cyber tech people, right? So then we need the data, actually. How many people are getting into cybersecurity nowadays, not only in the technical field, but also in those broader aspects. And also cybersecurity is expanding its scope. Therefore, we need more professionals. And on this, Chile is trying not only to get young women into cybersecurity, like to go early stages into STEMs and so on, but also to help women later in their careers to reconvert into cybersecurity through like customized programs, you could say, that are targeted for the specific need. Like women that have already been 10 years in the workforce and want to reconvert into cyber field with short programs with certification, and also to help them leverage their experience to get into the cyber field, because most of the times the biggest block, you could say, for this is that they don't have cyber specific experience. And there is where the government can come in and help incentivize companies to bring in this women workforce that are being reconverted into this field. And for that, we have implemented, well, not only for cybersecurity, but for women in STEM and beyond, the IWALA certification, you could say, that promotes, through government incentives, parity in the workforce in public sector, but also in private sector, so that they can also venture into these new, cybersecurity opportunities that are at hand and make the most out of it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Be on mute, please. Yes. Thank you so much for giving us that snapshot, Catalina. I also know that Chile has often mentioned, and you talked about this in your intervention just now as well, about promoting a sort of gendered approach to cybersecurity and gender-sensitive cyber capacity building at the policy level. I'm really interested in figuring out how does that prioritization help contribute effectively to also your international discussions around cybersecurity. And I know Chile is also very active in the Organization of American States, so perhaps there's a regional mainstreaming aspect to this as well. So if you could speak a little bit, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that question. Well, we are firm believers that in multilateralism, you could say, and in regards of cyberspace, I think there is a great opportunity at hand to do it more broadly and inclusively, you could say. So Chile has been a big promoter, along with Canada and like-minded countries, on including reference on human rights and also the need of gender perspective when it comes to the internet, but also to cybersecurity, because harms are differently felt for vulnerable groups, and those need to be represented in those discussions. And therefore, I must say, I'm also a Womenist Cyber Fellow, so I'm living testament on how that fellowship can help, women come into leadership roles. Now I'm the head of delegation to the Open Ed Working Group for Chile, but also to have that sort of network where you can work with women and bring those concepts into the room, and also to negotiating languages. So when it comes to, like, for instance, the open-ended working group, we have consensus language on the annual progress reports that incorporate gender perspective. I think this is a good way forward, and how we build like a universal, you could say, framework, whether it's voluntarily or eventually legally binding, that incorporates a human-centric approach, but also a gender-responsive approach. It's the best way forward, and it's an opportunity that we have nowadays that we need to take very practically. When it comes to the Organization of American States, yes, we do have a great program through SIGTE on our security pillar at the OAS, that basically is focused on recommendations for strengthening gender and cybersecurity through the regional organization, you could say. And they do this by first institutionalizing gender in national cyber strategies. So member states are encouraged to follow OAS guidance to formally integrate gender perspectives into the national cybersecurity policies and action plans. They also, through the organization, promote gender sensitivity capacity building. So they have programs that expand training programs specifically targeted to women, particularly in underserved and marginalized communities, to close that gender gap in cybersecurity expertise. There is also an enhanced regional collaboration, whether that's through the CERT of the Americas, but also other programs, where we foster partnerships among OAS member states to share resources, best practices, experiences in gender sensitivity cybersecurity initiatives. For that, for instance, we have 11 confidence building measures, and one of those is specifically on gender in the region. We also have programs that combat online gender-based violence. We develop a regional framework to try to address online harassment, exploitation, and abuse, ensuring coordinated responses to the cross-border issues. And also, there are programs that are targeted to increase representation of women by creating affirmative policies to ensure women occupy leadership roles and technical roles in cybersecurity at the national and regional level. So there is a lot of work that we have done regionally as well, and we are trying to collaboratively try to promote the incorporation of human-centric and gender perspectives also in negotiations. So this is not only something that Chile is doing, but many countries in the region are also promoting the inclusion of these references, because having consensus language can also be a way to build through other negotiations and other specific topics, like, for instance, the UN Cybercrime Convention, to incorporate human right language, and also like the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and also gender perspective or gender-based violence, concepts, as we build a safer cyberspace for all. Thank you.
Perfect. Can I be? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Catalina. That was a very good snapshot of how we're seeing it play out, not just in Chile, but in Latin America, and then moving beyond that, zooming out and internationally as well. And speaking of gender mainstreaming, we're also lucky to have Luanda on the panel with us, who sort of does this as her entire job. So I was wondering if Luanda, you could also kindly help us draw a clearer picture of how this can be achieved in the area of cyber capacity building. And what does gender mainstreaming look like in practice? What kind of elements, for example, are particularly important for policy audiences to consider? And here I'm thinking more along the lines of perhaps DEIA principles, or perhaps intersectionality, that might also be of interest for policy professionals to consider. But over to you, Luanda. Yeah.
Thank you, Shimona, and thanks for the invite. I actually think that my fellow colleagues did the job for me by actually giving some really good examples of what they're doing on their current work, on how like gender can be mainstream in national policies like Chile, or through mentorship programs like ITU, and then Canada example for WIC fellowship, and reaching gender parity in an open-ended working group, which we're also as GFC very, very thrilled to facilitate that fellowship. If I can put it in more just steps to understand like what it is about cybersecurity in terms of when we talk about gender mainstreaming, that we need to understand that it's not just a technical issue, it is also a social issue, which means that gender significantly influences individuals or users' experience and the perception of cybersecurity. We heard from Dr. Hoda a specific example of what are some gender-specific threats towards, for example, women or marginalized group that might significantly change the experience of either participating into public discourse, or even taking jobs, or even removing themselves completely from online forums. So when we talk about gender mainstreaming, it's important to talk about that it has to happen in two streams, policies and technologies that govern our digital world. And I think this is now so many examples we have with AI, like that we have to kind of see that these technologies really do not take on biases that are in our real world. When we talk about foundation of gender mainstreaming, it's very, very important that it's systematically integrated in every step of capacity building. That's the only way that it could be successful. And how is that in terms of designing, implementation, but also evaluation? So these are the three key things. For example, we all know that right now in the cybersecurity workforce, and it was mentioned today, the percentage of women in cybersecurity professions is quite low globally, but I think also regionally it differs. So our intention, we need to be intentional about very gender-specific goals that we want to reach, like in Chile's case, for example, aiming that to increase a woman's employment in cybersecurity role to 35% by 2030. This gives us clear policy, clear steps how to implement it, but also to evaluate it later on whether we actually succeeded in reaching that goal or not. Then when we talk about in terms of capacity building, one way or another, it was mentioned here today, we have to see what are systematic barriers beyond women leadership that are currently in cybersecurity and want to upskill. But what are systematic barriers to women's participation in educational or training that are available for capacity building in cybersecurity? And this is where we talk about why it's important to develop capacity programs intentionally that address gender-specific needs, and how to teach professionals on how to counter online harassment and gender disinformation campaign, and how common tactics, or what type of common tactics are used to silence women and marginalized voices online. And then address social engineering attacks, which we heard about today, that clearly disproportionately target women. And then I believe Yasmin mentioned more women in politics or leadership positions, which they are more visible to the public. So I think this is something that it's quite practical to do and quite easy to do. However, I did want to mention why are we here, where we are today. And I recently came across to a UN Women report that was just launched, and it says that only 0.05% of development budgets are targeted to gender initiatives. This is simply too low for us to be able to carry successful policy implementation and programming for addressing gender and gender parity in a global level.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Luanda. I think that's a very good sort of spotlight on the report also that you gave for the UN Women report, and the very worrying statistic of 0.05%. It's truly terrible. But I have another question for you. But before I turn to you, maybe I can come back to Professor Hoda, who has joined us in the room. And this is actually taking a thread from what Luanda said about how it's important to have both tech and policy perspectives around this, so that we can push for meaningful change. Professor Hoda, you earlier spoke about the kind of threats that we have, which are gendered in nature. I'd now like to sort of flip the coin and ask, what kind of measures can we take from a technical perspective, both proactive or reactive, that can sort of lessen these harms? And who should perhaps take these measures? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Shimona, for the question. I think it's a multifaceted approach. We need to definitely tackle the technological barrier, because we're trying to address the fact that women are targeting on digital platforms. And I think for that kind of measure, we need to change the way we develop the technology. At the moment, technology is being predominantly developed for technicality and functional technicalities, rather than to just take in the consideration of having different groups that are being profiled on the platform for different type of reasons, and trying to diffuse harm or eliminate harm of the platform. It's not easy. We have been working with the ITU on multiple kind of global initiatives for children protection, for women protection. Yeah. Yes. We've been working on a multiple level with the different platform makers. So I'm talking about Meta and other kind of platform makers as well, to build technological kind of solutions and functionalities within the platform, so they can address security and safety by design for different genders. Yeah. And this required us sitting together and understanding if actually resilience by design and not just security by design is being considered and it's being taken care of with the form of different functionalities on the platform. I'm not going to get through the rigorous examples because at the moment you can see on different platforms that censorship and mass kind of analytics are being considered on a multiple level. But also, if we develop the policies and regulations for inclusive access to digital platform, are those policies being translated by the big kind of industry partners or not? So I think it's very important to bring everybody on board and make sure that we have a foolproof solution when we are developing for those solutions. And inclusivity for women and women education on this platform is very important, which means that I don't have to only educate them on the fact that they have to access digital platform, but they have to also know about the research and development and kind of niche aspects that are pertaining to research and development and science and development of new technologies. We're talking about AI, we're talking about cryptography, we're talking about security and cybersecurity. So most of those elements are cross-sectorial and also deep into the analysis of the sector, which means you don't have just to do like a generic surface scratching awareness program for women or kind of women in leadership or women in cyber kind of sessions, but you really need to educate them on a deeper aspect, on an academic aspect sometime, on the power of developing new technologies. I think what we are lacking in the moment is the power of the collectives. So I would say the power of providing for the ecosystem champions across board, and as well the power of funding and the power of the collectives in terms of knowledge capital, bringing everybody else on the same table. And maybe have a co-creation lab for women to design their own solutions within a digital platform. And figure out of those solutions could be championed by different industrial partners to be implemented on the different platforms as well, and within the industries. So I mean, creating disruptors within the industry that comes from innovators of the space who understand those needs and who are focusing on solving those gaps and needs, not focusing on commercially building a massive solution that pertains to a generic use of the public. And maybe then we will be starting to solve all these kind of niche, issues that we have, not just for women, but for all other gendered groups, and as well for children as well at the same time. So this is one in terms of technology development, in terms of education, but as well in terms of policy formulation. I think there is a huge gap in between the recipient of the policy, which is the woman at the moment, and the policy developers who are developing these policies sometimes in global north, and the impacted pool are in global south. So how can we redistribute policy creation where we have policy labs within the affected zones actually? If we know that, I don't know how many we've said we have 25% of women are actually in cyber, right? What regions are predominantly high on the number of women in cyber, and what regions are low? I know, for example, for us in this region, we have quite of a high percentage of women in technology and STEM and STEAM, and women in cyber as well. So how would the learning curve be viewed on this kind of aspects? Would we be able to maybe bring in together this kind of co-learning labs that are globally developed by those indigenous group, not just by specific entities within the global kind of narratives. I think trying to solve one from grassroots perspective is supposed to be a powerful tool that we should exercise, not just on technology level or education or awareness, but also on the policy aspect. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. I think you covered a lot in terms of what kind of solutions we can look at. And we've been talking about solutions on this entire panel, and I think that's a really I hope you can hear me. Yes, okay. So talking a lot about solutions on this panel, and I think that's particularly important because we've heard a lot about problems around, and we continue to hear them in the context of emerging tech like AI as well. But a couple of things that you said really are really, really interesting, especially about sort of combining the convening power of audiences from different fields, from different walks of life to sort of come together and contribute to these efforts. And I'd like to go back to Luanda here, who was earlier talking about a very similar thing when it came to both tech and policy audiences sort of coming together and making sure that these mainstreaming efforts are taking place in collection, in sum. So, Luanda, I'd like to also come back to you and perhaps ask if you already have any sort of work streams in place or any projects or ideas around this, perhaps, where cyber capacity building programs are targeting both tech professionals and policy professionals in perhaps a combined manner. And if this would perhaps be this kind of hybrid model of capacity building might perhaps be a bridge for technologists and policy audiences who we've seen do have a little bit of a gap to understanding perhaps the same issue or how to tackle it. Professor Ho also pointed out that there's a disconnect between the people at the policy level and at the recipient level as well. So perhaps, Luanda, you can speak a little bit more to this when it comes to gender mainstreaming and cyber capacity building. Thank you.
I think you called my name. We're having a bit of a challenge hearing you. But please intervene if it's not my turn.
Excuse me, in the room?
It's good. Okay.
Can they hear us?
If I heard correctly, also what Dr. Hoda mentioned, I wanted just maybe to say one thing about AI, because she mentioned a lot of the risks, and one thing that is quite interesting about gender, and if we talk about gender and education versus women education in STEM and cybersecurity versus employment, I think this is where we see huge differences globally. Now, this is not the case in Middle East. Middle East is doing really great on this area, actually. But what I wanted to say in terms of statistics is that now a big issue is AI and gender employment risk. So again, to that report from UN Women, we see that they quantified what we actually knew is that 3.7% of women's jobs globally now are at risk of being replaced by AI, compared to 1.4% of men's jobs. So this is only goes to echo the importance of training women in AI-driven roles. So only with capacity building programs we can help bridge this gap, which I assume will only get higher with the years to come, by offering specialized trainings like ethical hacking, secure coding, and AI governance. I think this is quite important if we're trying to see what is some of the solutions out there for a growing problem. And I'm really happy to also hear of UNIDIR's Women Fellowship on AI. I think this is the way that we need to approach it. Now, also, when we talk about gender and in its intersection, we really must go beyond it and adopt the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility to ensure that everyone, including women, neurodiverse individual, those with disabilities like visually impaired, can really thrive in cybersecurity. And why am I mentioning this? Because we're talking about what type of training models should be there, separate or hybrid models. But this is when we are looking at what type of models, this has to be adapted to the learners that we are targeting, right? So every learner has different requirements, have different needs, has different pace, and we have to adapt to their unique strengths. For example, when we talk about, so I'm actually lobbying for both, but separate programs need to be tailored for specific needs. For example, because they would provide a focused, safe environment for individuals that can learn without distractions. Let's talk about, for example, individuals coming from neurodiversity communities. They can learn much more and within excellent pace if they have a highly structured schedules, if they have clear instruction, and if they have, for example, sensory inputs. So these are the things that we need to check, and they have been quite successful in positions that are, for example, ethical hacking, especially for ethical hacking. And I think programs like cybersecurity, neurodiversity talent pipeline are programs that we need to further scale up for in regional and global level. And then you have, for example, programs for that could leverage adaptive tools like screen readers, tactile diagrams, or braille-friendly resources. So these are very good workshops that can be done for visually impaired individuals, on topics that have been done so far in secure coding or cryptography, and they help achieve successful graduation rate. Because through these tools, educational aids, they also get to do a lot of hands-on activities. Now, when we look at hybrid programs, and I would lobby for these programs, but in very specific curriculums or purpose, I should say, not curriculums. But for example, if we want to do exchange for collaboration in terms of bringing together policymakers and technologists, I think in these cases, hybrid cybersecurity training can help in understanding, adapting regulatory implications. So these could be like very cross-sector capacity building workshop in cybersecurity. Or another one would be either neurodiverse individuals with traditional learners versus visually impaired and fully sighted participants. So there have been very good examples where they have to do joint exercises where maybe visually impaired individuals have an environment that they could use the tools easily, and on-site participants had the other aspects that could contribute to better interaction with visually impaired participants. So these all foster some sort of teamwork without without challenging, I think, the diversity and the unique strengths of each players or learners in this kind of aspects. So I think these are some of the I think pros and cons of each, but I would say that in cyber capacity building, both are very important, and they have to be carefully planned so they are inclusive and create unique teams that are successful.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Luanda. Hope you can hear me. Yes. Thanks so much, Luanda, for that. I think you answered a question that I hadn't even thought to ask, and I should have. But thank you so much for that very, very exhaustive sort of snapshot into the so the diversity aspect of things, which I think we sometimes sort of skip over or overlook just because we it lesser. So thank you so much for bringing it up in this panel again. I think now we'll perhaps have a very quick lightning round of questions. So I know that there's one question on the chat or two on the chat, but I'd also like to perhaps open the floor if there are any questions in the room. Okay, could you please come up to the mic here and take the questions? And I'd urge you to keep the questions very brief because we have the room for a limited time. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Fantastic. My name is Jocelyn Miliza. I am a MAG member and also a co-facilitator for the BPF on cybersecurity. This year we were focusing on mapping out cybersecurity initiatives, but then we realized that several organizations are also mapping out, but the gap really came in terms of cross-collaboration. And I really liked what Professor Huda mentioned on building the power of the connective and the power of the collective. And something else that we also noted while mapping, we did not see any map of women in cyber capacity building programs. So do those maps exist anywhere? And even beyond that, how do we harness what you mentioned on the power of the collective? And lastly, an opportunity to also welcome you to the BPF on cybersecurity. It's on Tuesday at 4:45 because it will be an extension on this, and I think this topic would be very valuable in building into that mapping exercise, as well as building into next year. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I think we'll take all the questions together and then perhaps we can go over the panel. Yes, please.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for that lovely and insightful presentation. My name is Paula, and I have a question perhaps to Yasmin. The ITU's Cyber Tracks program is fantastic, and I speak as a beneficiary of the program. I am currently a cybersecurity policy advisor, and a lot of the work that I do is based off of what I've learned from the program. What I wanted to find out is, of course, the program can only take a certain number of people per cohort, and there are so many people that want to be part of the program. So is there a way that the program could be done in collaboration with governments, for instance, where learners can access the platform freely so that we don't have to wait for a new cohort to start for people to join the program, but it will be more distributed? So is there a possibility of that happening? And then as an afterthought, is there a platform that, if I'm interested in building my capacity in cybersecurity, is there a platform where I can go and I would find a list of all the fellowships or programs that are open so that all of them can be accessed from one particular platform? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And then the gentleman in the back.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Kosi. I'm a student from Benin. I'm working from government. Also, I chair one NGO called Women Be Free, and want to know your capacity building program, is it available in some language like French, for example? Is it available? Do you have some toolkit somewhere? Is it possible to have some different kit of kind of training you provide, if it's possible to have it in French, in English, and so on. Now, last question: is it possible to have partnership with your organization directly to provide training for the people locally? It's possible for you to come, for example, to Benin and provide physically a training for people there. What is the plan? What is the process? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I will also just read out a couple of questions that we have from the chat online. So one of the questions is about what are the ethical considerations and challenges associated with emerging tech, and how can we prepare the next generations to navigate them? And sort of a related questions which we can perhaps club together is, how can we address the digital gender divide in Africa to ensure that women and girls benefit equally from AI advancements? So I will invite our panelists to sort of do lightning responses and perhaps club them together with any closing remarks that you have, any final words, comments, etc. Perhaps to avoid tech issues, we start from the room and then we'll proceed online back to Catalina and to Luanda. So I'd give the floor to Professor Hoda first, and then we just come together here.
Thank you so much for your questions. This has been amazing. Paula and Kusi, and what's your name? I'm sorry? Josephine? Josephine as well. I think you have very, very interesting kind of collective reflection on how we can maybe provide for online tools as a long-term assets of this program. That we always invest in cyber capacity building and capacity building at large in different regions of the world. But we also want to make sure that it's not just a repetitive problem where it's exhaustively complex to solve. And I think utilizing digital platform where we have a LinkedIn-like platform where you can put in the profiles of people, different capacities that they have developed, and access to courses and material would be very, very kind of powerful to have, where the contributors could be different countries from different parts of the world. So building that kind of platform effect is a must at the moment, I would say. Thank you, Paula, for bringing that up, and as well, Josephine. And as well, considering the different nonsense and languages, and as well details that comes from different parts of the world is very important. And this is what I meant exactly when I said that if we started solving for the capacity development problem, for example, in cybersecurity from within the regions, the solutions and the nudges are quite simple. And the development of those solutions is not very exhaustive. And I think we should put in some effort to have some traces and some kind of legacy assets that would be created to benefit the public. One of them, I think, the co-creation lab, the funding platform, the co-development platform where we can have the courses and the people, like matching challenges with needs is very important.
If I may also take maybe those questions together, in particular, I have a feeling that they are related to sustainability of programs at local level and localization as well. And so really taking advantage, let's say, of that local ecosystem. So actually at the ITU, we've piloted last year a similar approach where we actually wanted the program that we had been running for a while, which was the Women in Cyber Mentorship Program, to be then given, quote unquote, and ran by a local organization. So we partnered with this organization called Women in Cybersecurity Middle East, who is a very, very active network in this region. And they have basically ran the program in the region under sort of the guidance and umbrella of the ITU. And this pilot has also shown us that, of course, we've mentioned that funding is an issue in the cybersecurity capacity building field, as other capacity building fields. And so having this capacity of sort of multiplier initiatives where then knowledge and resources are given to local organizations can be part of the solution there.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yasmin. And I'll go back to the online room, perhaps first to Catalina and then to Luanda, if in a couple of minutes you'd like to respond to any questions or have any concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for those great questions. I don't know. I'll just go. So basically, from a governance and MFA standpoint, what I can say is that we are trying to collaboratively come together within the open-ended working group for capacity building. I think that is going to be a huge negotiation and a huge pillar, because specifically for the Global South, it's one of those structural elements that need to be well addressed within the open-ended working group and how we transition to the permanent mechanism. So we are trying to come up with something that is obviously inclusive and that takes into account the needs specifically for developing countries. And that will probably entail some sort of repository and portals, for instance, for the voluntary norms, or demand, focus offer of capacity building. And also, best experience and how we share best experience throughout the world. So I think eventually we're going to have something that is on a global scale that will bring in all the experiences, hopefully the successful experience, so that it will be available not only in English, but in all the official languages. That also entails French, for instance, of resources that can help, each other build that safer cyberspace for all. And that also comes where, and also regional instances and organizations do great work. So within the open-ended work group, for instance, we don't want to duplicate the efforts that regional organizations are doing. We know that not every country is part of a regional organization, but if you are, there are great programs that do rotating, workshops. For instance, the Organization of American States, rotates throughout countries to do mentorship programs or gender capacity building programs for each of its member states. So there are great resources out there as of now, and we're hopeful that by the end of 2025, when we move to that permanent mechanism, for instance, in the open-ended working group, we will have something similar in a global scale. So please continue to help us on how to address this. Very briefly on Ravi's question on ethical considerations, I want to say that many countries are coming up with AI policy frameworks. So you have great resources of how countries are addressing ethical issues when it comes to AI. Of course, the main one is the respect of human rights, that by that ensuring that AI systems align with and uphold fundamental rights such as privacy, equality, and non-discrimination. Luanda went in depth on this and the high risk of this. Also, the need of transparency and explainability when it comes to decision-making processes, and that it's transparent to the user as well. Fairness and equity, so there is no biases, and also environmental sustainability. So I think there are great efforts globally on this. Of course, there is the UNESCO, the UNESCO framework for ethical AI. I think that is a great resource to look into. There is great work in that. And I just wanted to mention very briefly that back in 2023, Chile was the first host for the high-level ministerial of authorities on ethical AI for the Latin American and Caribbean. So we had a conjoint declaration on how regionally we envision ethical AI, along with how it aligns with the UNESCO framework. So there is great work that is being done in there, and of course the next step and a responsibility of every state is how we bring that back home and provide programs and education specifically for our younger generations, that are of course immersed in technology nowadays. So I wanted to mention that very briefly. Thank you.
And over to Luanda, please.
10 seconds.
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief, and this was a lovely conversation. I don't want to be dim, but I kind of have to. It's my job, just to point out to a couple of the things for I think the participants that asked the online question. Last year's survey, I believe it says that 67% of the global population have access to internet, which leaves 33% of global population, around 2.6 billion people, offline. This is a huge number. So I think we also have to be a bit real on the things as a global community that what we have to invest to then not just address gender parity, but also this regional, I think, challenges that we have people without access to internet. And then and how do we do this? I think accessibility, digital literacy, and the very basic one, providing affordable digital tools. We need to do this as a global community. This is, I think, not just a strategic thing. It's a moral imperative to do, to include the populations everywhere on internet, and then also teach them about the risks, right? And then the second thing I would say very quickly, in Africa specifically, there is a Cyber Safe Foundation, which has an amazing program on cyber girls fellowship. And the women that have been trained, about 67% of the women that graduate from this program get employed, and their salaries increase from 200 to 400%. This year, due to funding, goes back to the report, the fellowship almost closed. So I think this is where we have to voice out, and this is what we do at GFC through our Women in Cyber Capacity Building Network, lobby for a regional women's network to get the funding for successful programs to address gender disbalance and training and education in cyber, STEM, or AI. And would really use this as a call of action to support successful programs out there, because there are out there. So we just need to support and scale them up.
True. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Luanda, and to everybody on the panel, to Professor Hoda, to Aaron, to Yasmin, to Catalina and Luanda, who are joining us online, for joining us on Sunday evening in December for this very interesting conversation. I will give the floor now to my colleague Pavel for concluding remarks, after which we will close the panel. So thank you again for joining us, everybody, and over to you, Pavel.
Hello, Shimona, and hello, everyone. Thank you for the floor. I really want to thank all partners, including the governments of Canada, Chile, ITU, GFC, and the Stimson Center for supporting this event, and also equal thanks to all the speakers and participants for their contributions and recommendations. I think together today, we have identified at least 4 key takeaways. The urgent need to increase gender diversity in the global cybersecurity workforce, the necessity of mainstreaming gender considerations both into cybersecurity policy, but also into existing and future capacity building initiatives, and of course, the need to address and research gender-based threats amplified by emerging technologies, including AI. But rest assured, we have listened very carefully today to all your insights, questions, and recommendations. And in order to ensure that these recommendations are properly captured for policymakers who can take action, UNIDIR, together with partners, plans to produce a compendium of good practices for mainstreaming gender into cybersecurity efforts. And in terms of next steps, what we plan to do is we will convene a series of online workshops over the year of 2025 with the aim of discussing each of those issues separately. So the gender-based threats, international obligations, women participation in cyber workforce, mainstreaming gender into policy, and capacity building. And of course, if these workshops are of interest, please share with us your contact details, either in chat or with Shimona in the room. We want to capture as broad, as diverse, multi-stakeholder perspectives as possible. We will be more than happy to invite you to continue these conversations. And very lastly, I would just say I would be remiss not to thank the IGF Secretariat for allowing us to have this conversation in a truly multi-stakeholder fashion by bringing together governments, international organizations, civil society, industry, and technical experts. We can truly assure that our approaches to gender mainstreaming are inclusive, innovative, and sustainable. So once again, our gratitude to all partners, speakers, and participants who have contributed to this dialogue. And rest assured, your insights and recommendations are invaluable, and they will inform our efforts going forward. So thank you. Back over to the room, and have a wonderful evening in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much, Paula, and thank you everybody for joining us.